Lord, we thank you for this opportunity. We thank you for the opportunity this morning, and we ask that you take charge of praise in Jesus' name.
Amen. Thank you, Dr. Mrs. Ayeni. Though a pastor, but very short prayer. You are all welcome.
Thank you.
I can see, okay, while we are here, we are on the second dialogue. The first dialogue we had was at the University of Ibadan, and we had a very nice time. We thank God for the success. It was really good. And we had people that talked on the textiles, the weaving aspect. People presented at that meeting. Then we had somebody that came from Ministry of Art and Culture. She taught us a lot of things on textiles. And we discovered at the end of the day that this textile is really going into extinction. And that is why this topic that is coming to our hearts, survival and legacy of indigenous textiles in changing climate, innovation and creativity of the work. So we feel if we come together as a group and as community, this particular textile will not go into extinction. Unlike other countries, we gave example of Ghana the last time we met at UI. You know, in Ghana, they are always up to date. Their convocation gowns are made of traditional things. But here in Nigeria in particular, you know, we go for, you know, all these, what do I call it now? This white collar and all this Oyibo kind of a thing, dress and the rest of them. And we want to revive this, our artwork, this, our cultural textile. We want it back. And we also discovered that what is really making this artwork not to survive in Nigeria is the growth. We are not actually growing cotton as we used to do. Like we talk about the growth, the agricultural aspect of it, where farmers no longer plant cotton. And it's one of the major things that we need for it. We also discovered that even the weaving is the archaic way of weaving that we're still using up till now. But today we're going to have so many things. People are going to present on different things. And our keynote speaker is also going to talk majorly on the survivor of this textile. How, you know, how we can keep the legacy of this indigenous textile. And we discovered that they are really good. When you go out for conferences abroad, people want to, you know, take what you are even wearing, the Kampala, the Adire, and the rest of them that you are wearing. Like Dr. Ayeni is wearing one today. In fact, she made it into a suit, which is very good. You know, you can sew it in any way, in any form. I pray that God Almighty will help us today, even as we declare the conference open today. And I have two things to do. I will also introduce the keynote speaker. That is Professor Makinde. I'm sure he's on already. So Professor Makinde is a professor of textile design. He is at University of Ife, OAU, Obafemi Awolowo University. He has been practicing for the past 30 years or thereabout. I know one of his projects in Masters, he was talking mainly on weaving. He's from a weaving family, and I know he's going to do justice to what we have given unto him to speak on. And he's also very, very vast in this tie and dye and batik. He has been teaching for the past 35 years, teaching textile design. So he's going to do justice to it. Also, I want to welcome Dr. Adetunji, who is the principal investigator of this particular conference we are having. He's at Exeter. He's our senior colleague over there. We also welcome Dr. Mrs. Adewumi. I'm sure she's online too. I can't see her, but I believe she's also online. I also welcome Dr. Mrs. Adiji, Mrs. Ayeni. She's also here with us. I am Dr. Mrs. Adiji. I have one of the presenters with me, Mrs. Adebayo. I also saw Mr. Alexander. You are also welcome. And every other person that I'm not able to welcome, you are all welcome. Dr. Mrs. Adewumi, thank you very much for hosting us 2 weeks ago. We really enjoyed our stay over there and we enjoyed the dialogue. Thank you very much. So we declare the conference open in Jesus' name. You're welcome. So we now invite we invite Dr. Adetunji to continue from there. Dr. Adetunji, are you there?
Yes, ma, I'm here, ma. Thank you very much, ma. I would like to invite Professor Olajide Makinde we expect the Dean of School of Environmental Technology to be here, but he's not here already. And we'll skip to the next event and we'll invite Professor Olajide Makinde for his keynote presentation. Thank you very much, sir.
Professor Makinde, you are welcome.
You are muted, sir.
Good morning. I'm battling with internet problem here. Just give me a few seconds.
Yes.
Please give me a few seconds. I will soon join you. It's a technical problem here.
Okay.
I'm coming up. Hello? I've not been able to share the screen. The host has disabled me. The host has disabled me.
Now let me enable everyone, sir. 1 minute. You can now share, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
You are muted, sir.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Yeah. Welcome to this conference.
Sir, before you start, can you adjust the screen, the webcam of your camera, sir?
Well, that's exactly what we are trying to do.
Okay. That's okay, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Is it okay then? Is it okay now?
Yes,
Yes.
It's okay now.
yes.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
All right, you are welcome to this program.
Thank you.
My name is Makinde David Olajide from Department of Fine and Applied Arts of Olufemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. I'm happy to be a participant in this program. The title of my presentation is Indigenous Textile Futures. Indigenous Textile Futures, Dialogue 2, Survival and Legacy of Indigenous Textiles in Changing Climate, Innovation and Creativity. I think this conference would not have come up better than now. This is a very sensitive topic, is globally, and I think it is very relevant. Issue of climate change is global, and it is giving everybody a kind of concern because of its devastating effect on man and his environment. Well, introduction. Prior to the coming of Europeans to the shore of Africa, Africans have developed a very rich cultural heritage in textile production. I think we all know this. There's virtually no culture where textiles have not been produced. The journey of Clapperton, 1837 to Oyo-Ile, virtually confirmed this, where he met Alaafin in a very rich agbada made of aso-oke. So if as far as 1837, people dress this way, it has come to confirm that there's a very rich and understanding. The technology has been there for the production of textiles. Textile design in the Philippines has a rich history rooted in connection with both the spiritual realm and the earthly community. Likewise, indigenous tribes in the Philippines each have their own traditional patterns and motifs incorporated into their weaving that have meaning to the communities they were created by. Same thing in Nigeria. When we talk of adire, adire has some symbols which is understood by the community. They communicate a lot. The same thing with aso-oke. All the patterns there have meanings, traditional meanings. They are not just patterns or for decorative purpose, they are cultural. And they have effect on the wearer. The symbolism in each of these patterns is important to the people because they connote, they communicate. They communicate. When we take the issue of Adinkra in Ghana, we discover that when a wearer goes around with a particular pattern or design, people around the wearer knows exactly what the message that the wearer is trying to portray. This was so before the advent of Europeans. We had original textiles produced by people without any foreign interference or foreign influence. Now we want to look at issue of climate change vis-a-vis the production of textile. Like the definition of climate change, it has been described as a global phenomenon that affects virtually everything. When we say everything, living and non-living, man and the environment. It refers to long-term shifts in temperatures and weather patterns. These shifts may be natural, but since 1800s, human activities have been the main driver of climate change. Now, when God created heaven and earth, God has programmed everything that man needs and that is suitable for the environment. But human activities has changed virtually everything. We cook on a daily basis, we wash our clothes, we do all sorts of things, our occupation, so we have been dealing with the environment. So naturally, the environment has been threatened by all our activities. But the coming of industrialization has further threatened the environment. Pollution, emission, flooding, and the likes. Manufacturing and industry produce emissions, mostly from burning fossil fuels, to produce energy for making things like cement. That is, in the days of industrialization, we further experience climate change. What are the causes of this climate change? The main greenhouse gases that are causing climate change include carbon dioxide and methane. Carbon dioxide is released into the atmosphere when we burn particles, especially particles from gasoline, from methane, and the likes. Clearing of land. It is natural that we have trees around, but because of man's activities, building houses, office complex, stadia, and the likes, so man started cutting down the trees, thereby causing deforestation. And where there is deforestation, we experience the absence of oxygen, and carbon dioxide is released to the atmosphere, thereby causing a climate change. Now, this climate change that we talk about is the change in the temperature of the earth. The climate change has resulted into intense droughts. Hello? The climate change has resulted into intense droughts, water scarcity, severe fires, rising sea levels, flooding, melting polar ice. In Nigeria, just last year, Kogi State experienced the biggest flooding ever. Many houses were sunk and the habitats were sent away through the effect of flooding. So this denied many of them that are artisans. They were forced to abandon their traditional homes. And this has effect on textile production. We also have more. Climate change is causing a kind of catastrophic storms. These days when rain falls, we tend to panic because we don't know what is going to come up with what is going to be the outcome of that flood. If you look at figure 10, this is extreme temperature causing the earth to crack. Then we see the incursion of river into the land area. Figure 8, we see the destruction of farmland, and we see the effect of flooding on figure 7. All this affects the production of textiles. But there's nothing without a solution. There's nothing without a solution. UN Habitat has done a lot. United Nations has also done a lot. They have called conferences, there have been agreement, there have been laws to find solution to this devastating problem. Many climate change solutions can deliver economic benefits while improving our lives and protecting the environment. We also have global frameworks. These global frameworks was arrived at in a conference, and the whole world agreed that certain steps must be taken, and this can be found in Sustainable Development Goals, the Paris Agreement, then adaptation to UN Sustainable Agreement Goal. Three broad categories of action are that is believed to provide solution to this problem. This is cutting emissions. How do we get emissions? Emissions came mostly from industries, from cars, riding of cars, and some other petroleum generating activities. Adapting to climate impacts and financing required adjustments. Switching energy system from fossil fuels to renewable like solar or wind to reduce emissions. We can actually tackle this problem by actually involving the use of solar so that we reduce the burning of fuel. Then emission must be cut. Part of the agreement is that emission must be cut in half by 2030 to keep warming below. Why do I have to take time to explain all these things? But we want to look at the effect, how it affects textiles and our legacies. Now, the textile we talk about, what is textile? What do we actually refer to as textiles? The word textile originally applied only to woven fabrics because it is generated from a Latin word, texere, which means to weave. But it has been discovered that not all textiles are woven. Some are dyed, some are printed, and as a result, we have to redefine the term textile. So textile, it is now a general term applied to any material manufactured from fibers, filaments, or yarns, characterized by flexibility, thickness, and high ratio of length to thickness. Now, that is the general term. Then what do we actually refer to as indigenous textiles? The word indigenous has been used in many scholarly works to denote traditional, local, tribal, ethnic, and native. However, its application to textile refers to textile produced using local materials, designs, and technology. For example, the production of adire was not based on any foreign influence or aso-oke. It was purely local production. The materials were local, the technology was local, and the patterns, all that is associated with adire was local. Hello? Hello?
We are getting you, sir.
All right, you are hearing me. All right.
Yes,
Indigenous patterns are involved where the manufacturer or the producers of these fabrics imprint the symbol or identity of such communities. Patterns are created from folklores, proverbs, myths, and cultural objects. Types of indigenous textiles. Indigenous textiles exist in many cultures around the world and in different forms. These include woven, dyed, printed, and mixed media. Weaving traditions are found among the Filipinos of Philippines, Navajos of America, Trama of Guatemala, Ashanti of Ghana, Mosi of Mali, Yoruba of Nigeria, and Igbo of Nigeria too. Likewise, the Bamileke of Cameroon. Dyed and pattern dyed traditions are found in Indonesia and Java. Bogola mud dyed textiles will be found in Mali, while printed textiles is found in Ghana, that is Adinkra and Ukara in Nigeria. You can see from the figure the types of indigenous textiles. Now, that was then in the ancient times, before the influence of foreign people, foreign technology, and the likes. Things were pure, original, and traditional. But thereafter, after the independence or the contact with the West, things started changing. Both the use, the material for the production, and the method of production all changed. It is a shift from the old ways of doing things to a productive and acceptable manner. Diversification or finding alternative use to an existing material. Before the white men came, aso-oke was woven on men's narrow loom. Although this was laborious, but it was practiced and people actually enjoyed it, and everything was made original. Creativity is the art and display of skill in a given experience like weaving, teaching, singing, or sculpting. In all this, they are display of skills where you can actually show your mastery. The indigenous textile industries in Nigeria, particularly the weaving and dyeing, received a boost by the introduction of foreign materials shortly after independence in 1960. Both synthetic dyes and yarns were introduced. Like I said the other time, the making of indigenous textiles before the coming or the contact with the West was purely local. Like cotton that is used for the production of aso-oke has to be unspun. The yarn was unspun. The weaving itself was slow, but we use indigenous loom, which will produce a 4-inch wide aso-oke. But with the innovations, new loom was introduced, and this can produce up to 2 feet wide aso-oke. The same thing with before the coming of the contact with the whites. We were using elu, that is indigofera plant, to produce our dyes, which is a local dye, and we only give you only one shade of the fabric. But the introduction of foreign dyes now made it possible to produce colorful and beautiful batiks and aso-oke. Expansion of products from its primary role of clothing to clothing accessories. Before this time, before the contact, most of the fabrics produced or textile produced were used basically for clothing and nothing more. But with the introduction of foreign or with the foreign influences, it changed from clothing to clothing accessories. People now produce bags, shoes, folders, apron, among others, using the same indigenous material. Incorporation of foreign designs into woven and dyed fabrics. Designs and patterns no longer traditional. Many foreign images were introduced. Many foreign images like handset, like ball, and some other things like that. Aso-oke became wider than its traditional size of 4 inches. Introduction of new looms, like I mentioned the other time, to weave a wider aso-oke. Adire became more colorful with variations induced by foreign design and dyes. Expansion of market from local to international. Open apprenticeship allowed non-family members to participate. Before this time, in the traditional olden days, to learn, you cannot come from a family that is not producing adire and to establish adire producing industry. It is not possible. It was family-based. Traditional art at the time of inception was family-based. Only family members are involved. either from mother to daughter or from father to son. That was how it was done before the contact. But the coming and the influence of the West now changed that orientation. Removal of gender barrier through open participation. Specialization in different sectors of production. We now have specialization. So it is no longer necessary to come from a weaving family before you can participate now. That is an important area of innovation and creativity. Now, the question now is, we want to relate it to legacies. What do we really have legacies? What is a legacy? It is very ambiguous and contextual. Something owned by generations of people in form of money, land, houses, arts and crafts, culture and religion. These are legacies because they are transferable from one generation to the other. And that's why we refer to them as legacies. It belongs either to individual, to the community, or to the state, or the nation. But which means only bona fide member of such a community who have claim or can lay claim to any of these above: land, houses, arts, and crafts. And that is what we have in the days of traditional or indigenous textile. It can also be an inheritance by transfer, that is kinship. A non-member of royal family cannot just come up and say, I want to be king. That is not done. So also is the production of indigenous textiles. Only member of that family can participate. Now, the question is adire or aso-oke a legacy of the Yoruba people? It's a very big question. How? Laying claim to a property, services, proceeds, or institution, we make it a legacy. Application of cultural symbols like adinkra among the Ashanti of Ghana, adire and aso-oke among the Yoruba, makes it a legacy because they have all these symbols. And when you say adire symbols is found among the Yoruba, not among the Hausa or Igbo. So we can say it's a legacy of the Yoruba people. Same thing goes for adinkra, but I will still talk about it later. All indigenous textiles are supposed to be people's legacies. Mark the word supposed, but are all indigenous culture legacies? It's another question to be answered in this presentation. As indigenous textiles survived, this is going to provide answer for those questions. This question is highly technical and could be argued by scholars. However, the answer is yes, but with reservations. The introduction of foreign tools and materials has greatly influenced the originality of most indigenous textiles. Simulation of textiles like kente, adire, adinkra, and others is now witnessed or being witnessed. If you go to markets today, you have two versions of all the indigenous textiles. We have the stimulated. Simulation means copying or adapted form or a fake version of the original. So you have adire now in print, you have kente in print, you have aso-oke in print. They're supposed to be woven, but they are now in print. And it was because of the coming of the West and trying to find market, especially the Chinese company that came to Nigeria, started this simulation. Incorporation of foreign images and symbols. We have been incorporating so many images that are not ours. So adire is losing its original value. It's losing its original value. Disregard for gender participation. All these things made the indigenous textiles to be original, but we have disregarded the gender participation now. Both men and women now are now dyers. There's no distinction between a male and a female dyers. Everybody's involved. A shift and alternative use of textiles. Before now, like I mentioned in the beginning, we only use the fabrics for clothing, but today it is used for a number of things. Car seat cover, jackets, folder, a lot, umbrella. It has also impacted on the originality of every indigenous textiles because the way we used to produce them has changed. Lack of patency has robbed the producers of indigenous textile designers of their income. Before now, the weaver will get money for his originality and creativity. But today, since aso-oke has been reduced to mere printing, it has become a printed, instead of a woven fabric, it has now become a printed fabric. Even though we still have the woven ones, but at the same time, what about the materials used? The materials are imported. We now use synthetic fibers instead of the natural fibers that characterized aso-oke and the likes. So a number of things have changed, actually, and the indigenous textiles cannot be called indigenous. They have come to be part of industrialization. And that's why the question, as indigenous textiles survive? Some may want to say that it has survived because we still have pockets of people wearing it or involved in its production. Particularly, I am from a weaving family. I left weaving some 40-something years ago. Since I was admitted into secondary school, I stopped weaving because I did not see prospects in it. And my parents actually wanted me to read. So it happened to so many people now. My town, Ogbomoso, every street has a pool of loom where weavers do their work. But today, you can track the length and breadth of Ogbomoso, north and south. You will not find a weaving shed anywhere. This is part of a proof that indigenous textiles has not survived. I attended several marriage, burial ceremonies in the last 6 years. I think where people use aso-oke, throughout the period, I don't think I see more than 2 or 3 situations where aso-oke was used as asoebi. And this has to be, this was the focus of the time. But today we prefer to buy lace, prefer to buy jacquard and some and the likes. So its survival is questionable. Survival of adire. From all indication, the simulated versions of all the indigenous textiles provide good opportunity for less privileged members of the society. That is true, because the simulated ones are cheap. They are cheap, and there's no creativity in it because they simply scan the original and turn it to printed fabric. But you cannot blame members of the society who cannot afford the cost of the original. So cost of buying the original textile is high due to lack or shortage of local materials and tools. And also the cost of production, because to produce an indigenous textile involves time, labor, and sourcing of materials is not that easy. In those days, to weave a complete material for Iro and Buba, if we want to weave Sanya, will take you 4 months. How do you survive with that? It is not quite possible. One may survive in those days because basically everybody farm. But if you say you want to try it today, The technology is not even there any longer. I've investigated. Nobody is producing sanya again because of its nature. So what are the legacies from this indigenous, the legacies? Now, it is true that we can still find some legacies, but the legacies that are supposed to be total is not really so. If you pick the old adire, the old aso-oke, the old kente or Akure, now compared to what we have now, by the last definition, all traditional cultures should have legacies. True. That is something we lay claim, something we can say, this is mine. Tiwa. Excuse me. The use of indigenous materials like dyes, cotton, animal skin, fiber, and the likes are supposed to be part of our legacies. Part of our legacies. Use of indigenous technology should be part of our legacies. Use of indigenous symbols and images like CBD, adire, and adinkra supposed to be our legacies. Functional use in fashion and accessories, transfer of knowledge to upcoming generation, bearing of indigenous names, use in various traditional festivals, recognizes with a particular and acceptable indigenous names. I say, as indigenous textiles survive, really. So I want to counter what I said earlier on. They are supposed, before we can say we have a legacy, those things must be put in place. But no, many materials used today are imported. So where is the legacy? The use and application of foreign technology has taken over the industry too. So where is the legacy of loom? Simulation, copy patterns from indigenous textiles and reproduce them in print. So where is the originality? Where is the legacy? Indigenous names and cultural meanings. I will soon, very few minutes. Alternative use of textiles from its original purpose, from wares to accessories. We were not producing bags, though we believe it is part of innovations and creativity. But even at that, we still have a very crude market for aso-oke, except for people who actually desire it, that goes for it. Abeokuta and Osogbo still active in the production of pattern dyed fabric textiles. But one will expect that all over the country, the shops all over will house indigenous textiles. But when you take a percentage or a ratio of the indigenous textiles that are being sold compared to industrial textiles, they are at par. You discover that the indigenous textile will not take more than 5%. So where is the legacy? Production of indigenous textiles, let me skip this. In conclusion, before the introduction of modern textile industries into the country, various indigenous textiles processes such as textile weaving, spinning, and dyeing, carding were well-established occupation in Nigeria. There's no doubt about that. I've told you, I'm from a weaving family. We don't do any other thing than to weave. A boy of 4, 5 will participate in the production, in certain aspect of the production. And this generated income and improved the lives of the families. To the larger extent, these efforts contributed to developing the national economy. Most of the tools and materials used for the production of indigenous textile come from the farm with favorable climatic conditions. Consequence of climate change, which results to unpredictable rainfall patterns, has created a vacuum for bountiful harvest of farm heat that would have helped textile production. Flooding is a major effect of climate change, which has allowed the people to abandon their traditional art practices. Inadequate rainfall is also a big problem that affects crop production. Cotton, elu, are natural and common material for the production of aso-oke. When rain fails, it affects this material. The making of indigenous tools also depend on the farm products. So when rain fails or when there's too much rain, it affects the farm both ways. And in such a situation, textile is affected. Recommendation. We all should be conscious of our environment and causes of climate change. We should follow national determined contribution, which include agroforestry, improved forest management, forest restoration. Government should ban simulated textiles to give way for the traditional ones. Enforce patenting. Many printed fabrics are actually copied or scanned with no cost and with no benefit to the original creator. Government should look for a way to enforce this. Patronize indigenous textiles. Many of us are guilty of this. Our day-to-day wears are foreign, and I'm sure in the house there, including me, if you look at the wears that we are putting on, we discover that 90% of them are foreign. So in this way, we will not promote the indigenous production of textiles, and we should encourage this. Turn it to school uniform, use them as table covers and the like, find alternative use for it. And that's how we can actually overcome the problem created by climate change. Climate change should not be a threat that will affect the production of these indigenous textiles. We should preempt and we should be proactive in tackling the problem. Thank you very much for the time allowed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I would like to call on Dr. I would like to also appreciate Professor Makinde for that interesting presentation. He really highlighted a lot of issues facing indigenous textiles. And I will hand over to Dr. Adewumi.
Thank you very much, Dr. Olufemi. I want to start by saying very big thank you to Professor Makinde all the way from the university that we refer to in Nigeria as Oba. That's the king. Professor, we thank you very much for the wonderful and highly educative address. And I want to respond by reiterating the fact that, well, for the purpose of those who joined while it was sent, Prof has taken us through climate changes, devastating effects on man's environment. He has taken us through the history of indigenous textiles, which date back to before the colonial masters came to Africa. He has informed us that every society from ancient times paid attention to how they dress. He has also emphasized the fact that the patterns that we find on the pattern dye textile, which we refer to as adire in Nigeria, have meanings embedded in them, even for the colonial masters. He mentioned the causes of climate change, the effect that climate change has on indigenous textiles. Talking about the effects that climate change has on indigenous textiles, because the effects of climate change include drought, flooding, declining biodiversity, water scarcity, amongst others. I want to say that the declining biodiversity and its effect on textiles is very great, because when we went to the field during the first stage of this search work, we met the weavers of aso-oke or aso-oke at the same community in Oyo State. And they made us understand that when rain starts falling, and these days, time it takes we have excessive rain at times. If rain falls on the thread that they have spun, spoils them, and it's a big deal for them that they do not have a shade over their head when they spin this yarn. Even though the wool that they use these days is got from China, they are imported. They are no longer getting their wool from the cotton plant that used to be. When we talk about biodiversity affecting the weavers, well, we say it's affecting the plants that they get their thread from because they make imported thread now. And as Prof mentioned, making use of imported thread has made us lose a lot of what we should have passed on to the younger generation in form of knowledge of extracting the thread from the cotton plant and spinning it into thread or yarn. The aso-oke weavers, as I say, made us understand that getting the thread from the cotton plant was the work, used to be the work of the females, while spinning on the looms is the work of men. Now, well, if you look at the effect of colonization on the indigenous textile industry, talking about creative, Prof made us understand that it has a state of skill and that colonization has talked about synthetic dyes and thread used for the production of fabrics. With the coming of with westernization, we now have different colors of thread that can be purchased from China or weaving, unlike the ancient times. Had the aso-oke in red and white colors. But nowadays, we have different colors of threads that can mix together for creativity, make new design, new colors. Bob also mentioned the fact that we do not only produce clothes with indigenous technology. Now we produce bags, umbrellas, plastic covers. These shoes. Now, like Bob said, that the design find on adire material, otherwise called the pattern dye textiles, represented a lot of happiness in society. I remember doing that when I retreated the fact that when you find the hand symbol on the adire material, it depicts the hand, the atewalara, that the hand shows productivity. Your hand is your closest companion. They had the patterns on indigenous textiles. They had a lot to say about the environment and about values that are upheld in the society. But nowadays we have different kinds of modern things on the print fabric that we have, which has come about as a result of industrialization. Now, talking about legacy, Prof mentioned that in ancient times we had the weavers or the pattern dye fabrics as a family trait or community trait. But in this day and age, there is no participation as opposed to only the descendants of the weaving family getting involved in the indigenous textile. I remember that when we said saying of weavers also made us understand that saying is the home of Asho or Asho. And they even sang us a song that says, and they said, even though their community as the home of aso-oke. They train outsiders, and even Chinese, when they came around, they taught them to the rudiments of the trade and not hide any tricks from them. Now, if you look at the fact that teaching outsiders the trade, don't you think after a while there will be nothing left of it? The weavers did not understand that even though the Chinese are using industrialized techniques to mass produce aso, but the quality of what is mass produced is still far away lesser in quality than indigenous handwork. And so if when people after what the Chinese have produced that is cheaper, they will at the end of the day still come back to the local, but the quality of the one that locally work on the floor is far better and durable than the mass like Chinese. So the local weavers at stay believe that they cannot do out the indigenous trade, not go out exhibition. Yet, with the use of imported trade, which has actually led to the eroding of the traditional knowledge of getting the thread from natural plant. Well, aside the fact that that has been an advantage, making us have diversity of colors, we can also say that in the state community, as opposed to cross community, push that kind of push that the trade has trade down and many people are not it, that is not the situation state. But despite Western education, I'm saying it meant graduate from Faculty of Education of Olufemi University. We found graduates of law, found graduates of engineering profession that are still involved in the weaving of fashion. After their Western education, they have gone back home to still continue with this indigenous trade. And they gave us the account that coming back home makes it possible for them to be innovative and introduce design. You can send them design on the can snap, take pictures of fine designs and patterns and fabrics, send to them, and with their own Western education, they are able to be creative and produce better quality of different better design or different new design that their fathers could, because they lacked Western education. And then the weavers at the time also made us realize that the weaving trade has reduced thieves, different negative effects of lack of having good jobs in their community. How do you find thieves or hoodlums in the same community? There's peace and security in their town because there is no idle young man in the society. Those who do not find white-collar jobs come back and get involved in the aso-oke trade. And from there, they earn income. So though the cost of production of indigenous material is high as opposed to the industrialized ones that are mass produced by the Chinese using machines, we still find out that people who understand the value of the indigenous textiles still come back to get the locally produced ones. Now, Prof has recommended that government should ban imported textiles. I wonder if this will be possible, considering the fact that, like Prof also said, majority of us today are adorned in foreign attires. Even my son, when we had the dialogue 2 weeks ago in Ibadan, and I was preparing for the dialogue, I put on adire.
My 15-year-old son looked at me and said, Mommy, where are you going with this kind of dress? Where did you get this dress that is not fine, that is looking like old mama's clothes? I had to explain to him that I'm going for a program on indigenous textiles, and I have to be adorned in an indigenous attire. You know, the discussion definitely would flow in different angles. Right now, I want to open the floor up to comments, contributions, responses, questions concerning this topic. Anybody with any comments? I would hand over to Dr. Olufemi Adetunji right now to coordinate the question section.
Anybody with comment can just unmute themselves and talk up. Everyone, you can unmute yourself if you have a question, or you have a comment, or you have a reflection. Please feel free. This is a dialogue. This is not a formal academic conversation. This,
yeah.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Over to you, Ms. Tolu Omoyeli. I will come to you, Mr. Idowu, very soon. Tolu.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Professor. That was really insightful. I was just smiling throughout your presentation. Really good. In terms of the ban that you've recommended, in the past, when President Olusegun Obasanjo was the president, he instituted some measures to protect locally produced and the local manufacturing industries. But one thing that I found was a lot of people kept smuggling, you know, all these imported textiles from the neighboring countries. So, and then also Erelu Adebisi, the First Lady of Ekiti State in 2019 also called for a government ban to protect the aso-oke and adire production. So from your extensive experience, how do you think that ban can be enforced, number one? And then number two, Nigeria is like, what, over 2 million people? How is that going to be possible when, number one, you have the elite, like you said, who have this taste for foreign textiles, and then you have the agency that is imported cheap textiles to provide for people? How is that going to work when with a ban? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. The question in itself is highly creative. I like it. I'm happy you mentioned Professor Olusegun Obasanjo. His leadership by example. He promoted indigenous textiles a lot, and we have some of them like that. Now, on this ban, there's nothing that is not possible. If government can ask us to return the old money to central bank, and we all suffered for it, and only to come back again and release the old money back to the society, if that could be possible, why is importation difficult? If somebody says, don't wear foreign, that will not make you hungry now. It will cause you any damage. But look at a situation, money. People die on queue to return their money or to get money. So if government is serious about it, it can be done. I'm happy some schools. It's just that the focus of my presentation limited some of the things that I could have said. In Ogun State, I think it has been introduced that every Friday, people should go on Mufti and indigenous textiles. That is the beginning. But it's not everybody it's not every state that is doing that. Some have incorporated it into their school uniform. I wrote a paper in 2005, Old Wine, New Bottle. That's the title of the paper. Old Wine, New Bottle, you know, survival of aso-oke, something like that. So it is quite possible if government is ready. You start from the marketers, though it is not something you just start today. You can give them like 2 years. Don't bring this material again in 2025. So that if you give them that time frame, by 2025, you can visit any shop and remove those items from there. Then I also talk about patentee. The drug people have patentee. Every discipline has patentee. Writers have patentee. But unfortunately, the Abeokuta, the producers of this adire, they don't have patentee. Anybody can just come and steal. So if you make it compulsory for, all right, the Chinese, you are bringing this stuff. Where is the patentee for the design? Whom did you buy this design from? You understand? That will come in a way and it solve the problem. So it is quite possible, man. It is quite possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Have I answered your question? Eh?
Yes, I was just a quick follow-up.
Right.
So if from what you said, one of the other things that I found in my own study regarding this ban and importation ban is to do with this concept of globalization and liberalization and free trade. So if the government, I don't know whether you recall in a couple of years.
Sorry, another way out is that you can actually tax the imported ones. If you make it higher, why people are running it? People like the original. Give this aso-oke and the simulated one to a full member of the society that pick one. They will not pick the inferior one. No. It is the cost that is driving away people from it. It is the cost. And because it has taken a very long time, people now feel that the foreign one is the best. It is not. It is not, but actually people don't have the money because of the cost. So if you can actually hike the cost of the imported ones, a fabric that is being sold, for instance, an imitated kente, 5 yards is about 2,000 naira, 5 yards. And that will give a man, buba and chokoto, 2,000 naira. You can't get that for aso-oke now. So if you can increase that 2,000 naira to 30,000 naira, people say, hey, why am I buying something inferior? 30,000 naira. So that's another way out. You not look at importation of cars. Many people settle for tokumbo, not because they don't like the tear rubber now. People wanted the tear rubber. I also wanted it. But when they give you, if you look at the dollar rate and you convert it to Nigerian money, and they're asking you to go and bring 10 million, 15 million, 20 million, where will I get it? Where will I get it? So I will look for something inward, maybe a fairly use, or from the neighboring country, or from within. So the same thing goes for fabrics. Fabric is not food. Even rice that was 7,000 before is now that because people cannot, there's no alternative. But for fabrics, there's alternative. It is not food. I think that's my submission.
Really good. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to call Mr. Idowudi. Over to you.
Hello, good day, everyone. I'm so impressed to be part of this conference, and I want to thank the organizers and also Professor Makinde for his very enlightening presentation. He delved into the science aspect of it, the carbon monoxide, the emissions, gaseous out, and all those factors affecting climate change. Thank you very much, sir. Probably let me quickly make a comment from the last discussion on the issue of the banning. I think the threats to the banning may be the participation or membership of Nigeria with the World Trade Organization and the African Growth Opportunity Act. Just like what Dr. Tolulope was saying about liberalization, so that everyone should open its border. But the challenge is that other countries, they still find means and measures to protect their indigenous textiles. So which is what's an area that we are very, very, very loose about in Nigeria. So that's about that. I want to corroborate part of what Prof has mentioned. Last year, I traveled to Itoku. Actually, I did my first degree, second degree in Abeokuta. So, and I know what textiles used to be at Itoku. You get there, you see adire. Even if you don't want to buy, you will turn back and come and buy. So actually, I went for a data collection for an NRF research late last year. I was disturbed with what I saw. I mean, when I say disturbed, these simulated textiles were everywhere. Not where we used to come to Itoku, although there is, they have turned the atmosphere, they have decorated the place, the shops and all that. But what Itoku is known for, sincerely, is not there again. Simulated all over. And it's a great challenge to us on how to bring back this heritage, which part of which Professor Makinde has mentioned in his presentation. So I just want to corroborate what I said, that what the issue is real. It's not just from literatures, is real. That is what is happening currently. So that's just, let me just stop here because of time to give other people opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I've got a question on the chat. The person was asking about preservation of how to preserve the indigenous way of producing indigenous textile. That how can this, the industrial way, which was brought in by the Western countries or Westernization, and they hold the indigenous way of doing it, how can these two processes grow together without without the indigenous processes being erased? Because we can't say public acceptance of indigenous textiles if we don't mass produce. If we still produce kente, just kente and use 4 months to produce, that cannot support mass acceptance of it. How can these two processes be developed together, be protected, and be developed together? Over to you, sir. You are muted, sir.
Well, that's another big question. I mean, not making efforts to change from the old ways is not a good thing. But what we are saying is that we are over-Westernized. And that has made us to lose some of the values. If you look at Kijipa, that's the original aso-oke. That's the first aso-oke, Kijipa. If you look at the texture, it's quite different from the modern aso-oke now. What we are saying is that there could be innovations. If there's going to be an improved technology, we should still not lose the original one. I think the improvement should be upon the old one. We have, you know, the way of processing cotton, which has been industrialized, you know, that there's no problem about that. But the use of synthetic, we have never used any synthetic material in the production of indigenous aso-oke. But basically, most of the aso-oke that people claim to produce today are from synthetic material, which is not ours. So it's like we are discarding, we are not improving. There's a difference between discarding and improving. Improving means you have something that is original and you continue to improve the technology. As you improve the technology, the original is still there. The original is still there. But now, if you buy from the market today, aso-oke, and you bring the old aso-oke, I can analyze it for you. the content of indigenous something that is there is not up to 3%. That's for aso-oke. For adire, the content that is there is not up to 10%. What remains from the legacy that I discussed is just the name, adire. That is just what remains that is traditional. We no longer harvest elu. We no longer harvest it. Whereas in some countries, it is this same elu that is processed to become synthetic. So if there's a way to improve on that, maybe to turn it to powder, to do whatever, and we still have elu farm. We should have elu farm these days now. We should not rely, so that farmers too will benefit. If you travel from Ibadan in the 70s, from Ibadan to Kano, you have plantation of cotton. No town on that axis does not produce cotton. Today, if you travel from Lagos, you like go and start from Lagos to Maiduguri, there's no cotton plantation. Are we improving? We have jettisoned our own thing. That is the concern. We are not saying that we cannot improve, but the two should go together. Like the mass production you are talking about, one cannot survive really with this indigenous method of production. But there should be we should balance it. If, like I mentioned silk the other time, we still have the insect that produces the silk yarn. But as I'm talking to you, a professor of textiles, I don't even know, and I don't know the person that is producing the silk today. So whereas our forefathers produce silk, they produce silk. Right? So nobody is actually, protecting the animal, so that we have Angora goods, we have to get the fur and use it as a, but there's no indigenous way. And we don't even have the industrial way. In Nigeria, we don't produce yarn any longer. We import virtually everything. We cannot grow this way. So what I'm saying is that we should go back to our, indigenous something and see. Maybe those of us in the university should start that as a project. But all right, to my students, go and find out how they produce silk. So yeah, if you are able to do that, you finish your BA as a project. But we are not, because of the Western nature of our study, nobody will approve that topic for you. We want to write history, but there can't be history if there is no action, if there is no event. Event has to come. It is what happened, even the holy books. It was a record of happenings, what has happened. So in textile too, we have produced silk, we have produced loom, we have produced so many things, we have produced dye. That's why we could have alari, sanya, etu, betuje. But these days, we bring everything down. It's like in the days of what's this rice? There's this rice that was imported before, as if Nigeria has no rice. But when the situation changed, everybody is now going back to local rice, which we have abandoned. I'm still going back to my old point. So we can improve on what we have. Maybe people like us, it doesn't stop me from weaving for myself. It can become a kind of hobby because I'm from a weaving family. But the old technology is lost. I'm not saying it's gradually, no, and if as the coordinators are, if you can tell me anyone in Nigeria that tells you you can produce silk, please let me know. So we have abandoned, we are not improving. There's a difference between improving on something and abandoning something. So we have abandoned, we have not improved. What we now have is a replacement. It may not be total, but it's a replacement. But what remains our legacy is just the name. But it's in another version. It's not the original again, just the name. Adinkra, when you say Adinkra, it's Adinkra, but it's not Adinkra. Even there are rituals that goes with the weaving of some of these aso-oke in the past. I'm not saying, but when you talk about that, people say you are an atheist. You know, you are not a Christian, you are not a Muslim. When you talk of, but the forefathers or the dyers in those days, have they have their program and they know how to go about it. And you cannot compare what they produced that time with what we have now. They are quite different. So we should improve, not abandon. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. We'd like us to appreciate Professor Makinde for that wonderful keynote speaker. He has really opened a lot of the branches of this dialogue to us. And without taking much of our time, we can take our coffee, our tea break for the next 3 minutes. And by 10:40, I will hand over to Mr. Idewudi Olu, who will be the coordinator for session 1. In section 1, we have 4 presentations, one on historical documentation, a pathway to cultural development of aso-oke design types. Second one, ECOWAS, immigrants and the development of Kampala textile industry in Abuja, Lagos. The third one, colonial industrial activities and textile production in Western Nigeria. And the fourth one, fashion in Yoruba indigenous textiles. Those are the 4 presentations in section 1, and we'll have a tea break and we'll be back in the next 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir, for your keynote address. We really appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Sorry, I'm muted. Welcome back, everyone. This is session 1, where we will have 4 presentations. Please, if we still have lots of time to ask questions, that means if we can't respond to one question because of time in one of the question period, we can always ask it again or respond to it in the next question section. I would like to invite Mr. Olu. I can see him, but oh, good. Thank you, sir. Over to you, sir. I will be on the background to support you with any technical muting and all that to support you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Welcome to session 1. We have 1 hour for this session, decolonization and movement. And each presenter has 10 minutes. And after each presentation, the first one is historical document, a pathway. So after each presentation, we'll now have about 20 minutes discussion, comments, and responses. So that means that we may not take question and answer after each presentation. So we'd like to welcome the first presenter, Dr. Olaoluwaketan Adebayo. Is a presenter online?
Yes.
Yeah, can you please make your presentation? 10 minutes, please.
Cannot share. She couldn't link this.
Please help us to allow participants to share the screen.
I'm finding it difficult to share this. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, ma'am. Please, Dr. Olufemi.
Yes, all participants can share now.
All right, okay.
We want to share.
So, I learned you can.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, ma.
Adetunji, the presenter cannot share the screen. So please just allow her to just.
I've done. What's the name of the person, ma?
Adebayo Olaoluwaketan.
Adebayo.
That's the first presenter.
The first presenter.
Now, what's the name? Your name on the
Adebayo Olaoluwaketan.
I can't see any Adebayo on the participant here.
It's there. Olaoluwaketan Adebayo.
Hello, Dr. Adetunji.
Ma?
She didn't register it, so she's using my card.
Okay.
Even there's another person that could not register, they will also use my card, iPad.
Okay, ma. Can you try again, ma? Can you try again now? Because I've allowed everyone, I've made you co-host again. You should be able to share, ma.
You see, the issue she has now is the issue of network here and lights.
Okay. I don't know if she sent me a presentation. I can always pick it up from her.
She did.
I did.
Okay, let me pick it up straight.
The presentation and the PowerPoint.
Okay, I'll pick it up. Just 1 minute. Okay, should I share from my hand, ma?
Sure,
yeah, I think you can do that.
Okay. Is loading. Over to you, Ma.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. I'm Adebayo Olaoluwakitan. My research topic is historical documentation, a pathway to cultural development of aso-oke design types. Introduction. Art objects and cultural practices are vital to record keeping from the ancient past. These art objects have been major tools in tracing and retracing traditions of origin, age of settlements, and also socialization processes of a people. The Africans are known for retaining their culture wherever they are found, despite strong cultural influence and cultural contact. Whatever the situation may be, the African would want to keep and retain aspects of their arts and culture. For example, in many locations outside Nigeria, for example, the Yoruba settlements in Brazil, for example, they have festivals annually whereby the Yoruba arts and cultures are expressly involved. Same way, even within the African continent, in Nigeria, most of the enactments festivals, they display enough of the cultures of the people. A people's first identity is their dress pattern. Hence the adage in Yoruba that says, "Ìrínisí nìsọnilọ́jọ̀," that is the way you are dressed. The way you are dressed determines the way you are addressed. Hence, the African man at every ceremony, every festival, depicts and display more of their art and culture. A people's identity is germane to their cultural practice because it enhances their development. It boosts their self-esteem and brings satisfaction and stirs up self-instincts that promote self-actualization or other behavioral patterns. On literature review, 20 scholarly publications relevant to this study were reviewed. The publication dates back to 1964 to 2023. And only one of them looks obsolete, and it is purposely included. That is NAJC, published in a publication in Nigerian magazine on a particular woven culture in Ondo land that involves the use of silk thread gotten from the anafe cocoon. That's a form of locust. The people eat the locust as the people eat the locust as a delicacy. But the cocoon, where the locust is grown, the people use the thread to weave their carton color samiyan. The people call it samiyan. In the Yoruba parlance today, it is referred to as sanyan. On historical documentation, on a general note, African arts, objects, and cultural practice of the pre-colonial era are the most documented evidences of the Africans' existence. And this affects even the Yoruba aso-oke. However, many of such are characterized by resentment, Western ideologies, and generalization, which make such records to be grossly inadequate for posterity. For example, knock art, which involves majorly sculptural pieces, is documented with so much attachment to tin mining activities, leaving out the significance of the art objects. So it's very, very important, especially for the Yoruba people to come together and begin to research into the indigenous fabrics. If you take note of this PowerPoint, each of the slide contains woven fabrics, aso-oke, from different geographical locations. The first one on the first page is combining both the Ijebu and the Ondo aso-oke. The second slide is with the purely Ondo aso-oke. The third one is with the mix up, that is transcultural blends in between Oyo and Ilorin. Roles, challenges, and solutions. Organizations managing industrial textiles face many challenges from time to time in a bid to perform their roles. The weavers form guilds to enhance easy access to bulk purchase weaving materials, access to loans, either from the banks or the government, and quality control of their products. Also to enhance quick delivery of woven fabrics to traders and consumers. Thus, this helps in identifying the owner of a particular design type whenever buyers are making requisition for supplies. In the last 100 centuries, there had been series of research works bordering on the Yoruba aso-oke, but these records of the specific design types from each geographical locations from communities had not been kept. And this is the major reason why it's important for documentation to be able to protect and preserve. Findings through oral interviews confirm the existence of this traditional weaving culture with its raw materials. However, records pointing to the individual community efforts from the ancient times had not been documented.
Please, ma, you have just a minute more.
Yes, in conclusion, the Yoruba people of southwestern Nigeria have very strong affinity to the arts and cultural practices, which is strongly expressed through the art of cloth weaving and dress patterns. For centuries of innovative technology and development, documentations of their design types is very important for protection and preservation of this unique culture. Wherever they found all over the globe, their clothing culture distinguishes them. This has enhanced continuity of aso over 5 centuries. This study also observed that there are concise documentations for sculpture pieces from various geographical locations, like Ife art or art, Benin art traditions. Hence, historical documentation of specific design types with reference to the community that produced these designs are essential to future development, protection, and preservation of the aso. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. You've been able to explain to us how historical documentation of art objects and record keeping, their means of record keeping for us. Also how cultural practices also can be used as record keeping. In fact, you try to make us to know that they can be used as archaeological evidences, which is very, very interesting. And you also made us to know about the issue of dress, that the way we are dressed is the way we are dressed. And you also mentioned some of the papers reviewed, about 20 journals, for the study, and how the cocoon, is, I think this is the first time I'm hearing about the origin of the name Sanya. So now I know it is Samia. Thank you very much, Ma. So because of our time, I want to go to the next presentation on ECOWAS Immigration and Development of Kampala, to be presented by Nnemeka et al. So I don't know if Dr. Nnemeka is around for her presentation. Hello? Hello?
If Dr. Nnemeka is around, you can unmute for me to know who to spotlight. Maybe we can go to the next presenter. If he joins later, we'll see if we can still accommodate.
Okay, the next presenter, that's presentation. The next presentation is colonial industrial activities and textile production in Western Nigeria. That's Dr. Oluwatoyosi Awolola. Are you online?
Good morning. I'm here, sir.
Yeah, thank you, ma. So
yes, sir.
You can start your presentation. You have 10 minutes.
All right, sir.
So, yeah.
I'll share my screen now. Okay. Good morning. Hope my screen is showing and
yes, we can see you. Yeah.
All right, sir. Good morning, everybody. My name is Oluwatoyosi Awolola, a postgraduate student of the Department of History, University of Ibadan. My paper today is Colonial Industrial Activities and Textile Production in Western Nigeria, 1938 to 1960. This paper is a chapter of my master's dissertation And I would like every comment and ways in improving the paper. Okay. Introduction. One of the oldest and important industries in the world, as we know it, is the textile industry. And each day, whether unconsciously or consciously, we all know and we take decisions about what we wear and as it relates to the weather and where we are wearing it to. Scholars from all over the world have attempted to conceptualize the word textile. Some say textile is woven or plaited, and others feel is made from like crochet or knitted or materials knitted into fabric or cloth. Textile production, however, refers to the process of creating fabrics and materials from raw materials such as fiber, yarns, and fabric. Tagmeyer buttresses on this point by stating that textile production involves a number of different processes, including spinning, weaving, dyeing, printing, and finishing. The author also states that these processes may be performed by hand or by machine, depending on the complexity of the fabric being produced. Historically, the origin of textile is quite difficult to trace, as different scholars have actually attempted to trace the origin of textiles. Some have traced it to Turkey, and where evidences of textiles that date back to 8,500 years ago were discovered. African textile production has a long history that spans thousands of years. The continent has a diverse range of traditional weaving and dyeing techniques used to create a variety of textiles, which reflect the different cultures and communities across Africa. Each region in Nigeria has specific and unique textiles that is being produced. One of the most well-known textiles from the northern Nigeria region is the raffia palm fiber that is used in the creation of mats, baskets, and arts. This technique is known as casa, that is the technique of making all these raffia baskets, mats, and arts is known as casa or mada, and is practiced in different ethnic groups in the northern, in Hausa land and Nupe. Eyiya Figbo, in his literary work, Weaving Tradition in Igbo Land, states that the manufacture of textiles for weaving apparel is long established in Igbo culture. It should be known, however, that the Igbo textile industry has always been underestimated by scholars, but sources document the existence of a textile known as Akure that was produced for a long period of time in different communities in Igbo land. In the western part of Nigeria that our work is based on, we predominantly make adire and aso-oke by textiles. Now we move on to the colonial industrial activities and textile production in western Nigeria. It is widely recognized that the contact with Europe had a remarkable effect on the Nigerian textile industry. Before we proceed, I think it's important for us to understand the concept of industrial activities. Industrial activity means the manufacturing, production, transformation, processing, or research and development of any good, substance, or article for commercial purposes. In Nigeria, textile production has long been an indigenous craft, predominantly a village industry employing primitive and uneconomic methods. There was, however, a turning point in the textile industry in Western Nigeria in 1938, when the British, after researching and looking into the industry, introduced the weaving scheme in Ayeni in 1938. The weaving scheme led to the introduction and the change in the mode of production from narrow loom weaving to broad loom weaving. This broad loom was imported from England around 1938 and it led to the introduction of other variables, like the introduction of imported yarns into the country. Prior to this period, however, we cultivated cotton, like Yoruba people cultivated cotton that was used in the narrow loom weaving prior to 1938. So this, the weaving scheme led to the introduction of the broad loom weaving machine into the industry that previously made use of narrow loom to produce textiles known as aso-oke. This scheme, as I earlier said before, led to the introduction of imported foreign thread. And this shows the effort of the Europeans or colonial masters in trying to change and improve our textile industry. Mr. Baba Muboni was the first beneficiary of the weaving scheme initiated by the British in Iseyin. With the completion of his training, he went on to train other individuals in the art of broad loom weaving in different parts of Western Nigeria. For example, A.O. Ogutuyi, in his work, The History of Ado-Ekiti, states that the first attempt at training or spreading the broad loom weaving knowledge in Ado-Ekiti was done by Baba Muboni. By the mid-1960s, that is after the Second World War, the Europeans began to even invest more into the industry in Western Nigeria, that is into the textile industry in Western Nigeria. They initiated the Textile Development Program into the system. The British government began to not just with this. Okay, let me backtrack a bit. With the introduction of the Textile Development Program, the British began to establish training centers in different parts of, as at that time, they call it provinces. In different parts of Western Nigeria, they started to introduce training centers in Oyo province, Abeokuta province, Owo province, and Ado-Ekiti. By the 1950s, however, when Nigeria became regionalized, the development plans began to place more emphasis on regional autonomy.
You have 1 minute more.
This led to the. Oh, sorry, let me quickly fast track myself. They established the Western Regional Development Board. This board took over the production and initiation of and establishment of different factories and different industries in Western Nigeria. They began to lay more emphasis on production of textiles, which led to production and introduction of new designs, new patterns, and increase in the production level and quantities of all these indigenous textiles in Western Nigeria. The impact and implication. By the late 1950s, however, the textile industry began to decline due to various reasons, some of which include the inability of the people who received grants from the Western Regional Development Board to pay back the loans that they got. This was the case of our textile center. Also, there was a high rate of import of cheap materials from outside Nigeria. This was a major factor that led to the decline of the textile industry during this period. The introduction of the Akure fabric as well, and as well as Nigerian youth not being enticed to be in the textile industry because of white-collar jobs. Those were like factors that led to the decline and eventual end of colonial activities in our textile industry. Okay, thank you very much for listening.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. You really made us to be, we have a lot to do together because we are talking about interaction, relationship, and all that. So the presenter has made us to know about colonial industrial activities and textile production. Thank you very much. The origin of textile, she tried to delve into that, and how the textile term originated, and then how textile production dated back to countries like Turkey, the production of raffia from the northern part of Nigeria, and the weaving scheme in 1938 that was established in saying, among other fantastic points. Thank you Dr. Oluwatoyosi Awolola. So we want to have the next presenter now. Please, you still hold on because we're going to have a time of interaction after the whole presentation. Yeah, I don't know if Mrs. Nemeka is around, or do we go on to Fashion Yoruba Indigenous Textile to be presented by Tolu, Dr. Owoyele Tolu. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here today. My name is Tolulope Omoyele. I am currently in my final year of my PhD at London College of Fashion. And my research is based on Africa Fashion Week London. I'm exploring the representations and expressions of cultural identities at Africa Fashion Week London. So the title of my presentation this morning is Fashioning Yoruba Indigenous Textiles. So I'm just going to go straight into it and talk about what the Fashion Week is all about and why we need, what the uses of the Fashion Week, what the Fashion Week does. So why Fashion Week? Fashion Week is a sales and promotional event historically developed in the West to showcase new designs and ready-to-wear clothing collections to international press and buyers. The Fashion Week is also useful because it offers an opportunity for a fashion designer to become visible. And once their visibility is seen by the press and the media, then they become legitimated by the gatekeepers of fashion. The other reason for the Fashion Week is because it is also commonly used as a place-making and place branding strategy. So you all know about London Fashion Week or Paris Fashion Week or New York Fashion Week. Fashion is used in this way to market and brand a place or a city. Recently, I discovered the introduction of the Osun State International Fashion Week, which was launched in 2020. I was quite excited about that. And finally, then the Fashion Week or fashion is not an entertainment event. It is a commercial activity that brings an economic contribution to a place or to a city. Because when people from different parts of the world attend London Fashion Week or New York Fashion Week, they spend money, they stay in hotels, they need accommodations, they need to eat, and they use public transportations as well. So in that respect, it's considered to be a way in which it contributes to the economy of a place. And the Fashion Week is also, because it's held in a major city, the commercial center of a place, what it does is it stimulates and it promotes consumption. By promoting consumption, it also communicates what the image of a place is, whether the place is going to be the image of Paris or London that you have in your mind is all part of the fashion instrumentalization, where fashion is playing a role in constructing or representing a place as, you know, this is a fashion place. So what is Africa Fashion Week? So the concept of Africa Fashion Week first emerged in New York in 2010, introduced by a Nigerian American communication expert at EXDSU. If you're familiar with her father, he was the famous Nigerian footballer. The concept soon proliferated across other fashion capital cities. So it started in New York, the next stop was in Dublin, and then we have it in Prague, we have it in New Zealand, we have it in Washington, DC, we have it in LA, and all this events are being done by the African diaspora practitioners. In 2000 and before moving to London Fashion Week, let me just emphasize that the emergence of African Fashion Week concept is also the result of a series of events. If you're familiar with the Arise Fashion Collective, which held a presentation at New York Fashion Week in 2009. If you're familiar with that, then you know that one of the things Arise Fashion Collective did was encourage and enhance the visibility of African fashion designers, because they had 5 fashion designers from Nigeria and Ghana traveling to showcase the collections on the New York Fashion Week platform. It was there that Adije said to herself, New York needs more time with us. We are too big and too beautiful to be restricted to 15 minutes. So in 2011, you had the London version of the event titled Africa Fashion Week London. It was established by Queen Ronke Ademi Oyewusi. She is a Yoruba British Nigerian fashion entrepreneur. African Fashion Week London is described as an affordable platform for African and African-inspired design talent. So the emphasis is on the designers and the fashion creators. Now it's hailed as Europe's largest platform for African designer fashions and designers. Activities at the event include fashion shows, trade exhibitions, seminars, workshops, and media promotional campaigns. In 2015, the Nigerian version of the event was initiated again by Queen Aderonke Ademi. It attracted dignitaries, celebrities, members of the royal class, politicians, and fashion practitioners from across the Nigerian fashion industry. This is just an image that I thought was really powerful, because here you have the Queen Diambi Kabatusula of the Democratic Republic of Congo from the left, and then you have the First Lady of Exeter State, who is also the global ambassador of African Fashion Week London, Olufemi Fayemi. Then you have the First Lady of Kwara State, who is also another matron of African Fashion Week London on Nigeria, Mrs. Folake Abdulrazak. And then you have to the right hand, Queen Ronke Adewumi. I consider these women to be the cultural intermediaries of African fashion. The concept of cultural intermediaries basically talks about people who are not fashion designers. They're also not they're not producers, but they're using the state and the economic and cultural capital to enhance and to promote local or African fashion. Okay. Fashion tends to be thought about as something that is intangible and something that is tangible. My concept of fashion is that it's a symbolic production. It's not something that it exists in different forms, but symbolically it's communicating an image or producing an image or a meaning about something. So for my presentation today, I'm focusing on the material culture, which you find in textiles materials, because they externalize cultural categories of identity and cultural heritage. And among the Yoruba people, 2 textiles that are prominent at African Fashion Week London catwalk is the adire.
You have about 1 minute more.
Is the adire and the aso-oke. Okay. So 1 minute more. So I have a series of images about Adire on the catwalk. This is Ronke Ademi. She's wearing a jumpsuit fabricated in Adire. And she began a fashion brand called the Ilemoremi collection in 2019 as a sustainable lifestyle brand using Adire in the fabrication of styles. These are some of the examples of the garments that has been produced through the use of Adire. Here you have this catwalk images of these models. The garments are fitted blouses and kimono jackets and lightweight. It makes use of the basket weaving techniques. And here you also have more contemporary uses of the adire. This was a recurring trend at African Fashion Week London, where you have the bedazzled germs on the adire. In 2019, you also had the showcase of aso-oke on the African Fashion Week Nigeria platform. And you also have them fabricated in more contemporary figure hugging styles. So in summary, fashion is an image making industry. It's a very popular phenomenon. And the Fashion Week is a site for the presentation of new innovations in African textiles, where designers bring fashion objects into being. In the globalized world, with increasing competition among states and nations and cities, the African Fashion Week platform provides a space for global marketing of African textiles and Yoruba cultural heritage and identities to consumers. Oof, thank you.
So much for the presentation. Fashioning Yoruba Indigenous Textile. The presenter has opened our eyes to the need for, I think, if all, most of our culture, if we're able to have a fashion week, I think that's one of the, it's going to be one of the a pathway to sustainability, because when one of the presenters was talking today, he said that she put on adire and the song was saying, why did you dress like this? So if there have been fashion shows, it will not be too alien. So thank you very much. How the 2002 Adiji started the African Fashion Week in London, and the one we have in Osun State Fashion Week too. Thank you for opening our eyes to all these nice issues. So quickly, we want to take the last presentation. I don't know if the presenter is around now. Nemeka Enemchuku. That's the presentation on ECOWAS immigration and development of Kampala. Is he online? Is the presenter around? Well,
I'm not sure there's someone like that online. Maybe we can go to the question and answer session.
Oh, thank you very much. So we've had a 3 presentation, historical documentation on colonial industrial activities, and then fashioning Yoruba indigenous textiles. So we want to find out if there are questions. We can raise our hands, and then we make our contribution, comments, and questions. Hello, the floor is open. If you have any question or any observation, please can you signify? Yeah. Oluwambe Akimoye, you are recognized. Hello?
You can unmute yourself and ask your question.
I cook every day. Okay, doesn't matter.
Hello? Oh, okay.
Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, clearly.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, good morning.
It's my pleasure to be here and be part of this conference. I must commend Professor Makinde. Let me go quickly to react to the presentation that have been made. Particularly, Mrs. Is it Dr. Sorry, Dr. Awolola. Yes, I think I have interest in that paper. It's a very nice one. However, I think to actually make the work more robust, when you were describing the infiltration of European, when it comes to introducing technologies to weaving in Nigeria, particularly in Southwest, I was expecting you to state changes that were observed when those technology were introduced, particularly maybe in size, maybe the width of the products of the weaving fabric now increases or increased, then the patterns, it makes your work more robust. And at each point at which new technology or new innovations was introduced to woven fabric, I expected it to be dated. Maybe so it was so year, or you tie it to an event that happened at that particular time. Like for Mrs. Olala and for Mrs. Tolulope Omoyele. That was a wonderful presentation. I love that. I was talking about Fashion Week. I particularly started to write something about it at the time, but I later dropped it. And I was expecting you to talk about our emerging fashion weekends in Nigeria. We have Eco Fashion Weekend, we have BT Fashion Weekend. You didn't actually talk about that. And I want you to make clarifications about what do you mean by fashion intermediaries? And another thing is you made us to understand the opportunities that are available in Fashion Week, which, if duplicated here, we have opportunities in terms of entertainment, in terms of tourism, if well explored. So, how could the essence of this conference is to look at the future of our indigenous textile, and of course, I want to say that Fashion Week is pivotal to the future of indigenous textile, so to say. And those people that can actually help us to promote it are the fashion designers. I want you to actually, because we have emerging fashion designers coming up in Nigeria, what role could they play? The fashion designer, what role could they play? The fashion designers and the fashion intermediaries at promoting indigenous textile in the global fashion industry. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Oluwambe Akimoye, for your comments. Can we quickly make a response?
There is another person
Yeah.
has raised up.
Oh,
I have a contribution.
Okay, Prof.
Yeah.
All right, sir. Sorry, I will call you. Okay, Chuku. Sorry.
All right.
I will call you.
I just want to correct something with Dr. Omayele Abi. This is Omayele, the last presenter.
Yes, sir.
All right. I saw under culture, material culture, you label aso-oke as top cloths. You remember? Aso-oke is not top cloths. Aso-oke, the history of aso-oke is that when it was introduced to Lagos, the Lagosians refer to it as cloth that was brought from yonder, from the hinterland. So it's not top cloth, it's cloth from the hinterland. Aso-oke. You remember in Lagos, if you have lived in Lagos before, or if you are still there, they refer to people from Oyo, Ibadan, Osogbo, everything as ara-oke. Ara-oke, that is hinterland. So aso-oke is not top cloth. Rather, it is cloth from the hinterland. That's my contribution.
Awesome.
Thank you, sir.
All
Thank
right.
you, sir.
Yeah.
Yes. Okechukwu Ezemo, can we have you? Please unmute you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Good afternoon or good morning.
Good day.
So I came in late. I'm in the school right now. Okay, I met the last presenter. That is Omoyele. That's the last presenter. Okay, my question is this. Okay, is that is there a way we can make like this fashion show down to Nigeria, or maybe to the university level, or to a way whereby you can, young textile designers and fashion designers can also participate? Because if you look at this African fashion show or Lagos fashion show, it's like there's the caliber of people that participate in this event, and it's like they're being selected. But we have students will graduate from the universities, and you know, is there any way they can be given a platform or a kind of fashion show that can be organized so that these students or these graduates who are from the fashion department, graduates from the fashion design department or from textile designs to participate in any of this event that can be done in a way that they can participate? Okay, is a good thing. That's just my question. If there's a way to encourage our young Nigerian fashion designers and textile designers. Okay, and two, you know, there's one thing that baffles me about most of presentations we do or write-ups. You know, is there a way we can make more of our works to be more profitable? Profitable in the sense that it can, you know, not just writing or researching, but putting them into use. Just like this fashion week, okay, is a good one, but can we just bring them to the local context in kind of a school environment where people can, young people can participate in it? Yeah, that's my question.
So let me start. Let's start from okay, Mrs. Omoyele, can you quickly respond?
Really good. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate all your lovely comments. And thank you, Professor. The cloth from the interland, I've noted that. I'm not going to be using top cloth any longer. Thank you. So first thing, we need to understand what my research is based on the diaspora context, right? And the reason why I chose to do the research on Africa Fashion Week concept is because of the invisibility of Black models. I used to be in the modeling industry. And also you have the invisibility of Black fashion designers, right? But then you also have another layer, which was the invisibility of the new people who were now forming the new African diaspora in this Western space. So I thought we have this new group of people who are not, whose migration phase is a different moment in the African history. So these people are the African nationals. We can trace the origin back to some particular African country. So I'm focusing on the Nigerian practitioners. And the reason also for that was because a lot of the African Fashion Week concept that I was seeing was being initiated by Nigerians in the diaspora. So Nigerians in the US, Nigerians in the UK, across Europe. So that was my focus. Now there are over 50 fashion weeks in Nigeria alone, you know, and increasingly most of the states in Nigeria are now starting to organize their own fashion shows and fashion weeks. Lagos Style and Design Week started because it wanted to provide a platform for established and emerging designers in Lagos. So I understand this, your observation that a lot of the people who attend the event, there's a kind of hierarchy going on, like some students and emerging designers might not get the same opportunity to showcase and present. So what we do in my university is, I'm not familiar whether within the context you're talking about, Ukechukwu, whether there are opportunities for the textile designers and the student fashion designers to have an end of the year graduate show. That way it will be their own fashion shows where they create like maybe 5 or minimum of 5 pieces, and then they promote and show that to the public.
Hello, you have 2 minutes more. You still have another question to respond to.
Okay, please. They show that to the public. So the other question was about what role do designers play in the promote. Okay, so the concept of fashion, cultural intermediaries basically is that these are the people who construct value. They construct value by framing how others, the end consumers, as well as how other market actors engage with the goods, you know. So we need to think of fashion not as just the clothing you and I are wearing. It is a system. It's a system of production, consumption, and dissemination. And what I'm arguing is that at the dissemination stage, or the stage where you market this to the end consumers, that is where African fashion and African textiles seem to be lacking. That's just to summarize, that's my position. So fashion marketing and fashion promotion is the stage where cultural intermediaries like the Erelu and the First Ladies and Queen Ronke are now playing a role in bringing together different fashion practitioners within the broader value chain of fashion, and using the fashion show and the fashion week platform as a way to construct an image. You know, it's all about the image.
Thank you very much. If I can add to what you have mentioned, bringing the fashion week to the higher institution, like here in OAU, 2 weeks ago, there was a fashion week at the Student Union building, and another fashion week is coming up because my department has to do with fashion. They sent a memo to us. So I think institutions are holding fashion weeks. I think it's already in higher institution, and not only to the celebrities. So Mrs. Awolola, can you quickly 2 minutes response to, please unmute yourself and make your.
Okay, sir. Mr. Oluwambe Akinmoye. Actually, my name is pronounced Awolola because I noticed you were having like difficulty like pronouncing it. It is Awolola.
Yes,
okay, it's fine. Anyhow, you asked me introduction of the technology, the changes observed, and the changes in product size. Actually, I've been going through my materials while Dr. Tolulope was answering our questions. There are evidences or there are documentations of the change in the size and in the design, as when the colonial masters got invested in the industry, they introduced new patterns. And a major thing that actually changed, aside from the introduction of the broadloom, was that they began to import thread yarns. They call them imported yarns. There were documentations of the introduction of imported yarns. And with the introduction of these imported yarns, it led to new designs being created, and there was a change in the texture. Because in pre-colonial period, when they were using the cotton that were like cultivated in Nigeria or in the western part of Nigeria, the wools were like thicker. But with the introduction of these imported yarns, it became like all the kind of aso-oke that we are seeing now, that is in circulation now. It became softer, and it became broader, and it became lighter in weight. Then you asked me, at each point the technologies was introduced and tied it to an event. Actually, from archival documents, what I can
you have 1 minute more, ma'am.
I'm almost done, sir. What I can actually pinpoint as the 2 major events that like during this our span of this my period is from that 1938 that there was the introduction of that weaving scheme, because they discovered that, oh yes, this weaving that is happening in this particular region in Western Nigeria, they do the same thing. So how can they introduce it and make the sector better? That was when they brought in that broadloom. And then after World War, after the Second World War, when they noticed that, oh, we have ex-servicemen that don't have jobs, let's invest in the industry to create jobs for these people that just came back from the Second World War. It will help production, it will help our economy, it will help their economy as well. So these are like 2 major events that happened during my period of study. Thank you very much for your question.
Yeah, thank you so much for your response. And if I may add, like those of us in science, we like tables a lot. I don't know if you can include a table, so you will have a column for the years, then a column for the innovations for the technology that came in, and then the changes that came along, another column for the changes that came along with the. So with that, you'll be able to make a robust discussion. You just refer to the table 1 point whatever, and it will be more interesting. Thank you very much. So we are coming to the end of the first session, and we don't want to exceed the time given to us. So, and we'll be going for a lunch break. And I think we should have electronic lunch break this time around. You know, we have radar, we have some of these drones. The drones can take the food across the regions, and some drones can travel in circles. So please help us to send the drinks and the food. Thank you very much for all the participants. Thank you, our keynote speaker and all the participants. I can see some of my big guys, I can see them. Dr. John Adenle and Adeboye and some other wonderful people. Thank you very much, and have a nice day.
Thank you very much, sir. We'll be going on a lunch break now for 7 minutes. I'll be back for session 2 with 4 presentations again, 5 presentations, and this next session is quite interesting as well. We look forward to seeing you all in the next 7 minutes. Thank you. Yeah, we welcome everyone to this second session, session 2 of our open dialogue on survival and legacy of indigenous textiles. And in this session, we'll be having 5 papers presented by different researchers all around the world. Researchers from Nigeria, from Cameroon, from Ivory Coast, from UK, and all the West. And I believe that we've been enjoying the conversation, the dialogue so far. A lot of issues are relevant to protection of indigenous textile has been discussed. And going forward, I would like to call on Alexander Amadi, if you are online, because you are you are the moderator for us this afternoon in this session. Alexander Amadi, are you online, please? If you can signify, I can always spotlight you. Okay, possibly the person is not here. Okay, I will take charge of that. I would like to call on Akimoye to make his or her presentation on utilizing ori fabrics to recycle, resist dye textiles for visual artwork. If you are there, okay, I can see you now. I will spotlight you now. Sir, do you have your, do you want to share your screen?
Yes.
Okay, you can do so now, sir.
Yes. Good morning. Can I start?
Yes, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Akimoye Oluwambe. My paper is titled, actually this paper is what by myself, Akimoye Oluwambe of the Department of Fine and Applied Arts, Martin Top University, and Dr. J.O. Adenle of University of Lagos. And this paper is titled Upscaling Resist Dye Textile Waste through the ori fabric concept for visual artwork. By way of introduction, visual artworks are primarily accomplished through painting, collage, photography, drawing. That's according to Brown 2003. And the significance of these visual arts are for record purpose, for beautification, for artistic expression, for persuasion, and so on and so forth. And of course, the medium of visual work expressions, of course, have become elastic, and it now accommodates all shades of resource and material resources or waste, and among which includes rubber, tires, bottle, nylons, and textile inclusive. Visual work is not only artistic, but also provide a general solution to sustainability challenges. According to Moke and Akambi 2018, they posit that visual arts discipline is strategic to waste management. Equally, Sudhar and Mata 2019 stated that utilizing textile waste by upscaling, reusing, and recycling is the most suitable ways by which individuals, organizations can actually increase the lifespan of a textile waste. And in this sense, we are talking about resist dye textile waste and equally protect the environment. I've not seen, I don't know if it exists, any literature that discuss, or there are little literature that discuss about the end use, the aftermath, what are our resist dye of textile, what are they being used for after being used for clothing and can no longer use it again. What happens to it? What is their fate? And even at the point goes here, I will be discussing resist textile waste in terms of pre-consumer waste and post-consumer waste. And in the course of thinking about this, ori fabric came into mind. And ori fabric, of course, is derived from origami, which requires or entails folding spreadsheet of textile from an abstract object. This work is assessing the suitability of a resist textile waste as a medium for fabric techniques and its capacity of fabric, of course, to mop up textile waste and to equally use it to produce a visual artwork that can be suitable for art exhibitions, and you can equally determine the yardage that are required to produce the visual work. Literature review, we're looking at sustainability is a matter of concern to scientists, designers, and artists, looking at how do we recycle, reuse, upscale, and repurpose our textile waste, and the excess is for textile sustainability. And of particular note is Enatex and Berari and Banazedera 2007, who established the need to adopt an ecological vision that prioritizes resource utilization. So in this sense, we want to utilize or utilize textile waste, resist textile waste. Then the concept of origami. The word origami, from which ori fabric was derived from, is a Japanese word. The ori means folding and the gami means paper. And the idea behind this is creative folding of a square sheet of a paper to form any object. And those objects can, of course, be combined together to form an artwork. And not only an artwork, particularly, it reduces the size of a very large object. Hence, it has found application in technology, in automobile, in medicine, in packaging. Morrison 2019 actually agreed with this. And in this sense, its uses have become interdisciplinary. And of course, while the ori fabric is being used in this study, is to look at how can we convert a large-scale textile waste into a small package. We'll see as we proceed in this my presentation. And a good example is the folding. We can see by the right, it's being folded. When it's being packed together, it's big, but when it's being packed together, it becomes smaller, and it's as a result of the folding techniques that was used. Then the materials and method for this study. A research-based, a practice-based research designs was adopted for this study, and this is because it focuses on original investigation undertaken in order to gain new knowledge, partly by means of practice and the outcome of that practice. Linda NS 2018 proceeds that new knowledge about practice and informed practice may arise on your table by adopting a practice-based approach. Then the materials. The material for this study include resist dye fabric, particularly batik and tie and dye, waste wooden panel, turban, and harden. And the method, the resist dye textile waste were collected from fashion designers and from women in Abeokuta who have either adire or batik clothes that they don't longer use. And of course, these resist dye fabrics have patterns that are very appealing. It's only that either the user cannot use it again, and it's of no use to the textile designer. So those wastes or the textile waste were collected. After collections, it was washed and starched with acrylic binder. And after that, it was ironed. After it was being ironed, it was then cut into, because origami or ori fabric, which was derived from origami, is about folding a square sheet of paper, but in this sense, it's now a square sheet of fabric that have been ironed and that have been now stick. It's not that flexible as a real fabric after it's been ironed. So the square sheets include 8 inches square, 6, 4, and 3 inches square. And we can see what it was folded into. This is the largest one is the 8 inches. The next is the 6. The next one is 4, and the next one is the smallest is 3. And these are the procedures of folding the square sheet fabric that give us this cube, or we call it sonic cube. And for each sonic cube, it requires a 6-unit square sheet of a fabric to get it folded, get what we have here. Thereafter, an artwork was created. The 6 panels were generated, and you can see it. These 6 panels were treated with resist dye fabrics. We used top gun to actually attach those resist dye fabric onto the surface of the panel. And in total, 931 sewing cube of different sizes were attached to the 6 panels. And in total, 5,586 units were used to actually form 991 sewing cube that was arranged on the panel. And the essence of that, the idea behind this arrangement is to use it to form a cityscape that can be used to decorate an outdoor. And by so doing, what we have simply achieved by doing this is that the resist dye fabrics are very colorful, and it has patterns, symbols, which Professor Makinde describes as part of our heritage. Anybody that sees it anywhere, if this is being taken anywhere, it will be seen. Even when the adire is of no use to anybody, where we pick it up. But if it's being taken to America today, it will send a signal. And not only that, it has been able to mop up wastes that will have found themselves into a dump.
You have 1 more minute.
This is what was artwork that was in sculptural form that was created, and this is currently at the gallery at the University of Lagos. And in total we have about 109 yards of fabric that was used to achieve those artwork. The result, in conclusion, the result created a visual artwork that is a structural form which adequately depicts the socio-cultural and economic activities of a city space. So the outcome of this study revealed that fabric, as one of the other mediums of artwork production, will consume a huge amount of textile waste. And it is also noteworthy that given the success of Ori fabric as a creative endeavor, it is expected that the awareness and subsequent practice among craftsmen and women will engender sustainable textile production in the textile industry. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for that interesting presentation about Ori fabrics. It's quite interesting that what we used to do while we were young, origami, that we fold paper, that skill, that knowledge can be transferred into making use of it to recycle textile waste and result into beautification of our seat, of our indoor spaces and all that. Thank you very much, sir, for that. Sir, you can stop sharing for the next presenter, Chika Chudidu. He will be presenting on a discursive evaluation of Akure Igbo contemporary weaving, modernity and changes. I'm spotlighting you now. Over to you. Do you want to share your screen, Ma? I think you are muted.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you are muted and your video is flipping somehow.
I have unmuted. I'm having some network issues here, but I have unmuted.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Do you want to share your screen, Ma?
No.
Okay. Or have you sent your presentation to me?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Okay, do you want to just make an oral presentation?
Yes, I want to make a presentation.
Oh, that's fine. Over to you now.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Chikachude Duru, and I'm here to present a paper with the topic, a discursive evaluation of Akure, contemporary hand weaving, modernity, and changes. Akure traditional hand weaving is indigenous to the Igbo, and it's originated among the women of Asa and Ndoki areas in Akure town, Okwa East local government area, in Akure town, in Abia State, Nigeria. From the 19th century, Akure traditional hand weavers, which comprise of only females, have been ingenious with their age-long designs, which the Igbo and Ijo venerate and employ for different purposes. It is said that every woman in Akure knows how to weave, and the younger ones are taught how to weave as soon as she can or they can operate the narrow loom. The fabrics are embodiments of highly ornamented pieces of cloth portraying Igbo worldview, recent happenings in the society, historic events, women's life experiences, family living, household objects, and many others. These are all interwoven into the fabric pieces as symbolic motifs using the women's vertical loom. They are revered in Igbo land, and that justified why they are utilized for several and special occasions. Akure hand weaving boasts of a more than 100 motif designs, which they utilize in producing their woven fabrics. And that woven fabric is known as Akure, taken from the name of the town, and is usually recognized with its woven symbolic motifs. They are rich in meaning, allowing the weavers to make particular statements with their woven pieces. And they have always remained popular in the history of Nigerian textiles. The woven cloth, Akure, can be divided into three main categories. And this study found out that this categorization is based on the different designs woven on the Akure cloth, which symbolize and connote some meanings. They fall under the George cloth, Popo cloth, and Akure cloth. The George cloth has the stripes and checks, usually copied from the Indian Madras, while the Akure cloth refers to the type of woven cloth produced by the women weavers using their own design motifs. Then the Popo cloth refers to the L parallels of weaving found on the Popo cloth of Akure. It originated from Ghana or Togo and Togo. These are all the types of Akure hand woven cloths, which are still woven till date. Most of them are the old designs. In their weaving practice, this study found out that there are levels of modernity and changes which have occurred of recent, but they have not been adequately recorded. Thus, this paper explored what influenced these modern designs, from what periods, the number of weavers that practice this modern weaving. We found out if the modern designs are based on Igbo worldview, like the older ones. Also found out that if they could aid the sustainability of Igbo dress fashion, despite all the challenges the weaving practice is facing, and also examined and documented the old and contemporary woven samples for clarity. To carry out this research, the study made use of a descriptive survey design. It also made use of a mixed research method, that's the qualitative and the quantitative, in collection of data, and adopted a 5-point scale Likert questionnaire, interviews, observations, and photographs, then with a focus group discussion, where the researcher discussed with some of the weavers in the study area. The sample size is 381, which comprises of the users of Akure hand fabrics, the weavers, the students and lecturers in the various departments of art and design in Abia State, which are considered knowledgeable enough to provide constructive answers for this study. Then the questionnaires were shared amongst the institutions that were chosen. Then the in-depth interviews were conducted with the interviewees, which include a woman, the oldest weaver in the community of Akwete, Madam Edith Akbara. She is 85 years old and a male community leader in Akwete town. After coding and processing of the data, out of the questionnaire shared, 337 were considered valid at 88.5% return rate and were used in the analysis of data. During the field work, the study found out that the modern Akwete hand fabrics, they bear intricate designs which are complicated but quite attractive, made with contrasting color bands and abstract designs. It also found out that the designs do not bear any resemblance to the older ones, which were copied from the foreign designs, foreign fabrics. It also found out that there are a few number of weavers that weave these modern designs because of this complexity. I found out that there were only 3 that were weaving these, intricate designs. The other people, the other weavers found it difficult to copy these designs. I also found out that they are based on Igbo worldview. They are not based on Igbo worldview, sorry. And they are on low demand. Only the rich could afford them because of their prices. They are also influenced by some foreign woven textiles, because while examining those fabrics, they do not showcase any part of Igbo culture, but they are woven in Akwete, Igbo land. The main weaver that weaves these intricate designs, Madam Patience, although reveals that most of her designs do not have names, just like the other older ones, because of the number of widows, that are involved in the weaving. They don't have names. There's no name that is allocated to them. They are just them, the intricate weavings and the newer designs of woven fabrics found in Akwete town. And some of them, the older ones, are copied. I found out that some of those newer designs are copied from African wax prints. For instance, you can have some that are called 1004 blocks. You see blocks, woven all over them, but they are quite intricate. Then there's some they call broken tomatoes, and there's one they call biscuits. All of them are some of the names you could find that were, African wax fabrics utilized by the Igbo women. We are baptized with some of them. Though they affirm that these newer designs, though expensive, could aid Akwete hand-woven fabric sustainability in the fashion scene, since they are admired and utilized by some people who could afford them. The same woman that weaves these intricate designs also claimed that she gets some of her designs while dreaming, because I asked her, how do you come up with these intricate designs? What have you seen? Where do you copy these designs? She told me that
you have 2 more minutes.
Some of them, okay, while she copies them from her dreams, and then while some of the weavers create some of those designs by themselves. In conclusion, there are newer designs woven by the weavers that are not popular and are not known in Akwete weaving. Therefore, they should be documented and brought into limelight to the fashion scene to aid their sustainability. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mrs. Chudi, for that interesting presentation. I just learned a new indigenous textile Akwete, and I could see how it's connected to the social status of our people. Thank you very much, Ma. Now I will be playing the video, the recorded presentation of Kalista Nwosu. She sent in the presentation, and I'll be playing it from here. It's quite interesting and very informative. I hope.
Yes, hello. Good afternoon, all. At least I will see is here. Okay.
Mr. Kalista, do you want me to? Are you online? Should I play?
Yes, I'm online. Play my video. Play it.
Okay, thank you.
All protocols duly observed. I am Kalista Oduchukwumosu, a lecturer from Federal Polytechnic, Oko, Anambra State. I'm here to present a paper titled Creative Practices in Igbo Indigenous Textiles, Production of Aquacha Lexicon Handcrafted Fabric. The art of weaving among the Igbo of southeastern Nigeria is an age-long tradition, and its origin dates back to the pre-colonial times. This fact was attested to by the Igbo discoveries by Thurston Shaw, 1970. These finds dates back to 9th century BC. The Igbo people in Delta states of Nigeria, known as the Anioma people, produces a type of textile called aso-oke. The weaving culture has been an ancient tradition, passed from one generation to another. This aso-oke has a central function concerning usability and mentality of the people. The motifs and pattern on the textile reflects the tradition, belief, and livelihood of the people since ancient time. When we talk of motif, we are talking of a unit of design. To define it, according to masterclass.com 2021, it is a literary technique that consists of a repeated element that has symbolic significance to literary works, that is, a recurring image. Coming to the sample here, what we are talking about is the motifs of aso-oke, the motifs in the handcrafted fabric. When we look at this fabric, we can see different motifs. The unit motif, this is the old version of aso-oke. These are the motifs, these are the design elements that have symbolic meaning to the people's culture. Unfortunately, imported fabrics have negative impacts on the psyche of the people. Some of these motifs have been replaced by contemporary ones, and some of the contemporary aso-oke designs do not have these motifs, which is very symbolic to the culture of the people. For instance, what I am putting on is aso-oke. Very beautiful, but you can't see the motifs. This is original aso-oke fabric, but this one is a contemporary one. It doesn't have the motifs. This is still part of it. Contemporary aso-oke fabric. It retained that solid white background, but the design motifs that speaks of the people's culture is not in it. Some of the fabrics that have the design might have just one, like what we are looking at now. This is a jacket produced with aso-oke fabric, but just one motif. This paper, therefore, looks into the design motifs found on aso-oke fabrics and their cultural significance, and also the possible way of producing a composite design for reference and preservation purposes. Qualitative data for this paper we are collected through participant observation, internet, and photography. Through studio exploration methods,
Some of these motifs were selected for the production of aso-oke textile fabric. And this studio experiment anchors on Shaw's 1983 theory of reflective practice. This is the result of the studio exploration. As you can see, the lexicon fabric is a composite of different motifs found on aso-oke fabric, put together on one fabric. Looking at the motifs, all these motifs that are symbolic to the people's culture, due to want of time, I will not go into details on all the motifs, but let me just pick one or two motifs to talk on it. This motif is a star. It talks about the destiny of a man. Igbo people do not just take something and put inside their fabric. Whatever they do, they have a reason for it. Another motif that has symbolic meaning to the destiny of man on earth is the motif called Obaka. As you can see, this is Obaka motif. Obaka means the palm of the hand. It is the destiny of a man lies on the hand, and it is unique. No two people have the same destiny. So Obaka also has something that relates to the star, all of them inside the fabric. Going further, there's another one important motif. That is the one we call Igodo in Igbo. Igodo means a key in English. This is the symbol of an object that you use to unlock your destiny in life. Also, another important motif that has to be looked at is this one called Akure. You see it in most of the aso-oke fabric. Even though it has utility, significance, it means the office of a woman, because kitchen is the first office of a woman. So this Akure, you find it in most of the fabrics worn by women in Igbo land. Another motif that I will not fail to talk of is these lines here. Anything you see in Igbo fabric, especially on aso-oke, has a meaning. Igbo people don't just copy something and do. They have reasons for doing anything they do. This one has symbolic meaning. This one is 3 lines. It is called a Jecombe lawyer. I am going to the lawyer's house. Something happened sometime, due to the death of time. I will not speak much on it, but something happened sometime and people had to go to the lawyer. So that particular event made them landmark in the Igbo textile industry. This is the result of this study, and it reveals that this lexicon fabric has the capacity for preserving, protecting, and projecting Igbo culture. This study, therefore, recommends digitalization of these motifs on fabric to gain a global recognition. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that wonderful, wonderful presentation. Oh, wow, it's quite interesting to learn a lot. I've learned aquaculture. I've learned the meaning of the 3 lines, Ijekwembe lawyer. I hope I pronounced that very well. Thank you very much, Mrs. Kalista, for that interesting presentation. We really quite appreciate that a lot. Now we want to cross over to another country where we will have a presentation from, I don't know, I'm not sure I can pronounce the name correctly, Goeti Biire Mazime. And they will be presenting on traditional textile in Cote d'Ivoire and modernity, the case of the baos and the dida. Are they online? If I think I saw Goethe not long ago. Let me see if they sent their presentation to me. If they don't, possibly if they join us before the end of this session, we can still accommodate them. Let me see. Yeah, I have the PowerPoint, but let me see if there's a recording on it, but I'm not sure. One minute, please. Yes, coming up now. Just 1 minute. I have the presentation here, but it's just the PowerPoint. There's no audio that is laid on it. Let's see. There's no audio that is laid on it. Possibly we'll skip this, and if they join us before or are they online? Goethe, please, if you're online, you can unmute yourself. Please, who is Hawaii? Pardon me because I don't understand French. But let me quickly translate it and see if I can pick something from there. Oh. Pardon me, please. I'm trying to. Yeah, let me. Sorry, but I can't hear you. Oh, wow. Yes, Goethe, you might not have connected your audio. You might want to leave and join again or connect your audio. That's the reason that you can't hear me. Okay, maybe we'll move to the next presenter while we resolve the technical issue with that. I would like to call on Komolafe Olubumi. If you're online, please signify for me to spotlight you.
Hello? Yeah, she's online. I'm sharing my iPad, Dr. Adetunji.
Okay, ma. Okay, ma. Yes.
So she's online. She's ready.
Okay, ma. Can you on your video and I will spotlight you now?
My own video is ready. She can't connect.
Yes, ma. You can on your video now for us to be able to see the person making presentation, ma.
Okay. Can you see her?
Yes.
Okay.
Ma, do you send me your presentation, ma?
I send the audio.
Audio. Oh. Ah. Ma, please, what's your ID, ma? Your paper ID.
The paper ID is,
let me see. She will check it now.
I'm checking it.
Okay.
16 or so. I think it's 16.
Okay.
That was what.
Yes, yes, I can see the video now.
Okay.
Should I play it from here, ma?
Yes.
Okay.
And I can also.
She can present.
I can present.
Okay.
But
Okay.
the only thing is that she will not share the PowerPoint.
Okay, yeah, the choice is yours. Yeah, over to you, ma.
Oh, thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Olufemi. I'm here to present my paper titled The Art and Culture of Indigenous Indigo Dyeing in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria. Introduction. Adire is extensively dyed cloth produced by the Yoruba people of southwestern Nigeria. Adire means materials that has been tied and dyed, like other materials, indigenous materials in Nigeria, especially southwestern Nigeria. In the 16th century, the Yoruba of the southwestern part of Nigeria mainly produced their traditional fabrics, and through the weaving and dyeing clothes with indigo dye. And Ibadan is located in the southwestern Nigeria, which also engage in these arts. Ibadan is the capital of Oyo State and the largest indigenous city in Africa. It is situated 78 miles inland from Lagos and has an estimated population of 3.8 million according to 2006 estimates. Yorubas are the major inhabitants of Ibadan, and some other local crafts also being produced like weaving, spinning, poetry making, blacksmithing, dyeing, and dyeing, which is very flourishing in Ibadan at that time. The adire tie and dye clothes locally is produced locally in a large pot of indigo dyes. And I could remember very well, there used to be one behind our family house in the early 70s at Adire. Series of exports of about 5 to 6 feet tall were being used at that time. And then all of a sudden the dyer died, and the elderly woman and the heart couldn't continue any longer. That was the end of that dyeing culture in that particular area. Also, Idiaro, Idiakwe, Idikon, Idi Ayore, Ode, and Nagberu. All these places are noted places that traditional indigo dyeing were being practiced in Ibadan many years ago. According to Sharu 2011, textiles are indispensable part of the human civilization. And in an attempt for man to decorate his fabric, dyeing and patterning came into existence. And patterns were shipped through the seed process. Areo and Kalibu 2013 opened that dyeing among other Yoruba is divided into 2 types, which is a total immersing into the dye bath. That is Amure, which will cover the entire part of the fabric, while the other one is the one that has resistance, that you have to tie it, create patterns through varieties of the available techniques before immersing the clothes into the dye bath. That is how it's being done. Then HR 1978 also record that the process of tie-dye consists of knotting, binding,
folding, or sewing certain parts of the cloth in such a way that when it is dyed or immersed in the dye solution, the dye cannot enter into it. And we can see that this method of tie-dye is very interesting as at that time when it is being practiced in Ibadan. The early adire fabrics were made from hand-spun and hand-woven materials. That is, then the patterns are made on clothes either by adire lasso, that is the one that the resist dye is being achieved through seed and some other small articles. Then adire alabere, that is the one with sewing machine, and then also adire leko technique, that is the one that is being resisted by starch or laughing or a cup. So all these are being done and then makes the resist dye very interesting. So then let's talk about, let me talk about this paper is to address the art and culture of indigenous dye in Ibadan, and it is believed that it will document the art and culture of the indigenous of Nigeria, indigenous indigo dye in Nigeria. Then the early indigenous traditional fabrics were made from hand-spun, as I've already stated earlier, and with folding or even stencil, either with hand or machine before it is being done. Before the processing, the selection of feathers, chicken feathers from armpit of the chicken, local chicken, is done because the left side feather will go clockwise to align with lines that go clockwise during the processing, while the left side feather will go anti-clockwise to align with anti-clockwise line during the processing. Broomstick is also used to draw straight lines, and short knife is used to pick up surplus space from the fabric. It is women remain the specialists in the hand dye, in this indigo dye. The processing like dyeing, tying, hand painting, and hand sewing is done before the dye. And men came into the business in the 1930s. By the time that the art is being grown in 1960, the availability of chemical dyes came, and from the European, then colors, different colors and techniques changed. Then we can see that this attracts more designers or more practitioners into the process of tie-dye. The quality of this tie-dye improves by the use of synthetic dyes. And we can also see that the use of stencils came into existence through the method. Then the interview conducted revealed that at the verge of extinction of tie-dye, indigo tie-dye, the influence as a result of Western religion, education, technology, globalization, and westernization. All this bring about the heart of indigo dye being gradually going into extinction. Then the use of commercial civilization of indigo plant on hectares of land we made the availability of these raw materials to be more, but it's now very difficult because of nobody is really planting the raw materials any longer, unlike before. So we can see that also the indigo dye is expensive, very, very expensive. Before you can buy the material, buy the raw material, and then do the processing, it became a very serious matter. So the cost of raw material for production is high, and therefore the art of the processing became a problem. So the people from Ibadan, they are no longer practicing the art of indigenous dye any longer. Currently, they have to take their materials to Abeokuta or Osogbo, so that where they have enough materials for the production. So currently, Abeokuta takes the lead in the production of adire because they have varieties of material, and also not only the materials, they have access to the people that are working with them because of the division of labor. So the places like Toku Market has the largest number of dyers and designers. Also traders also patronize the place enough. Like people that like Alake, like Okeono, Egba, and Lumapa in Abeokuta. So at the time of writing of this paper, it was discovered that no textile of indigo dyers or practitioner could be found in Ibadan any longer. This was it was confirmed by Ayeni and Akure work in 2013. And then in 2013, and then as at that time, no apprentice is remaining in two of the dyeing centers that was found at Adiji, Akure, and Uje markets. So presently, the traders, the buyers of adire travel to Abeokuta to purchase adire fabric, which is due to availability of raw material at Abeokuta. Today, simple technology of multicolor adire and hot wax resist agent has greatly replaced indigenous cassava paste. Designs were created by simple techniques of such as folding, pumping, tie-dye, sprinkling of batik, sprinkling of batik wax, on then splashing of hot wax onto the cloth before dyeing it. In order to meet the high demand for adire, stenciling also has taken over because of the large production, which is replaced by block printing technique in order to apply hot wax. So whether created by old processing or new innovation, adire continues to face fashion challenges and alternate to machine prints. Like presently, if you want to do tie and dye and you want to buy material, you have to consider the amount that it will cost. Especially presently, a yard of Guinea brocade is being sold at 1,000 naira per yard. Why? By the time the local you want to produce 5 yards of fabric, for material alone you will spend 5,000 naira without the buying of chemicals, wax, and some other material, or the processing of indigo dyeing. So this made many people to prefer buying ready-made materials or buying Ankara and some other synthetic materials. So all these challenges contributed to indigo dyeing existence. Is really, that means presently, if the government will come into the head of adire indigo dye, then it will make a lot of difference it will make a lot of difference. So it will make a lot of difference in indigenous dye. I want to bring the recommendation. And based on the findings of this study, the following recommendations were made. Government should support the production and purchase of indigenous textiles, especially during the yearly pilgrimage. There is nothing bad for our government to take into consideration in purchasing a large quantity of indigenous textile materials for the yearly pilgrimage in order for them to travel. That means a chunk of money and encouragement will come into the hand of the producers. Then schools should also adopt indigenous textile clothes as uniform. We know quite all right that we have many schools in Nigeria because of the population. If schools should adopt the use of the indigenous textile clothes as uniform, it will also improve the production and encourage the production as well. Then government should also assist in the production of indigo plant by establishing commercial farm. If farm is being established where indigo plant is being planted and then harvested and processed, being processed, that means that the availability of material will be available for people to purchase. And then also commercial, government should promote and give local practitioners financial support and access to loans. This is very important because all this, any processing of textile material requires money. And if government should support and give them loans where they can pay little by little, it will also encourage the production. Then government also, the high rate of production is affecting the business. If government also to assist in this, it also go a long way. In conclusion, traditional indigo dye is fading away. It has been observed that none of this younger generation also is ready to pass through the rigor of the production of indigo dye or dye baths or modern art preparation because of the strenuous. But because there are faster and easier and more productive way of fabric decoration, like the buying of commercial indigo dye, which is available with synthetic models to meet the dyer's need. Whenever there is a need to use indigo dye, such clothes are being designed, sent to Shoko or Abeokuta. So, or to Abeokuta. So the dyers in Ibadan shifted to Abeokuta, and presently there is no more indigo dyers any longer at Ibadan. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Dr. Komolafe, for that interesting presentation. This session has been very interesting because personally, I have questions to all the presenters, but I won't ask my own question. I'll just open it up with one. And it goes to Dr. Oluwambe about Ori fabrics. I want to ask, what will happen, because you know that if we do those cubes, they won't be there forever. What will now happen to those cubes? Let's say 3 years, 4 years after we turn the textile waste to the cube, to the Ori fabrics, and we've used it to decorate our interior spaces, our lounges and all that. And in 3 years' time, I want to give my lounge a new look. And I need to dispose these cubes off or bring in another cubes or something. What will happen to those cubes after the lifespan of those cubes that are made? I will use that just to open this question and answer session for us to interact as open as possible. And I will give, after Dr. Oluwambe has responded, I will give the floor to everyone you can feel free to unmute yourself on your video and I will spotlight you and you'll be able to ask your question or make your reflection. Over to you, Dr. Oluwambe. You are muted, sir.
Thank you, sir. For your information, I'm not yet a doctor. I'm Mr. Akimoye Luambe, but still on a process and anytime soon. Yes, as regards your question, ordinarily, by virtue of the state of those resist dye fabrics, as at the time they were taken up, they were supposed to go to the bin, either for landfill or dump site. But what the introductions of the fabric concept have done is that it has extended the lifespan of that fabric by you've even given it and you added the age to 3 years, 5 years, and thereafter, because apart from the fact that those killed, those textile materials has to do with identity, Yoruba identity. It's being seen anywhere. You know that with Yoruba people. Apart from that, what it does that for decorations does, and as we all know that like Mrs. Komolafe has rightly posited, it's quite disheartening that indigo dye is going into extinction at an era where we are talking about eco-friendly production. It's quite unfortunate, and I think we in the field of textile should do something in that regards to revive indigo dye, because there is need for it in this region or in this sector. In excess, the resist dye fabric we are talking about are made of chemicals. And if it's being dumped at maybe a water side or as landfill, it affects the earth structure. So extending the lifespan, if it eventually is going to end up at the landfill, will have made the chemicals that those materials are made of to have reduced to a reasonable extent. So what I'm saying, driving as in excess, is that perhaps thereafter it can go to the landfill, but the impact, environmental impact, will have reduced drastically. Thank you.
Over to other questions from participants. I will rest my question here.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, good afternoon. Really awesome presentation from all of you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So just a comment, a thought. I was thinking about one thing that I felt was recurring from all the speakers. And this is about the government should. The government should. From that the government should do this, the government should do that.
You talked about government.
No, maybe not you. I said it's a recurring theme amongst the speakers. And I read a paper a couple of weeks ago where this Nigerian writer talked about Nigeria being an unconducive environment for doing business. So if the government, what is the government's responsibility in terms of what you have been proposing, that the government should support indigenous textile, the production? That's one thing that I was thinking about. The other thing that I was also thinking about is in relation to the fact that from the late 18th century, the demise of the indigo plant, the crops that would have gone into the production of indigenous textile production is reduced because Nigeria started producing cash crops for export. So when you're thinking about that, you're also thinking about the fact that the government has a responsibility to, it's international partners in terms of trade liberalization and free trade. The market has to be opened. But when you bring this back to indigenous textiles, what do you think the government can do to support these artisans, the craft, and and the sustainability or the legacy of this craft when the government's own actions has been geared towards producing cash crops for export? I'm just thinking out loud. If you have any comments.
Let me make a comment. I've never believed in, sorry, let me not use never believe in Nigerian government, but I think researchers, scholars have to take a lead in this regard.
Hello.
In Nigeria at the time, the entertainment industry had self-made. There was no input of any government. Itself, it evolved by itself. And I think the same thing can be achieved in art and crafts if individuals, researchers that have flair for the textiles can take personal steps to ensure that we do the needful. Currently, I'm on my PhD, and I'm working on how we can improve ready-to-wear production in Nigeria. And my area of studies are Aba and Onitsha. $4 billion of ready-to-wear garments are being imported into Nigeria. And we have capacity to actually meet those needs locally. We are not even talking about textile industry where we have climatic conditions for it. I think it's about individuals, maybe organizations, like recommendations that were made by Dr. Mrs. Komolafe, wonderful recommendations. But who will execute those recommendations? It now involves too that those in art and science should equally go into politics. Because, for instance, if I become the governor of my state now, I know what to do when it comes to art and design, right? And you can never tell if any one of us becomes a president. So let me rest my case here. We will now know how to actually address those challenges. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for this wonderful session. I've really enjoyed the two sessions so far. And we'll move over to the next section, please. If there are any other questions, we still have another question and answer session in the next session. Please, questions is always welcomed. Anytime you can put your question in the chat, and we'll pick it up from there and we will respond to it. Now I will hand over to Oluwatoyosi Awolola, who will be our steering for this session. Please, Oluwatoyosi Awolola, you can I can see that Goethe is online now. Possibly we will start the session with Goethe's presentation because we couldn't have him in session 2. I can't see, where's Oluwatoyosi? I saw her not long ago. Yes, good. You can on your video for me to spotlight you. Hello.
Hello.
Oh. She's online. Okay, I will, when she's on, we'll hand over to I can't see her again. Possibly she's having issues with yes,
I'm here.
Okay, good. Let me spotlight it. Please feel free to start with Goethe's presentation, and you can move on from there to Dr. Ibetu's order.
Good afternoon. Bonjour.
Hello.
Hello, Goethe.
Good afternoon. Hello, sir.
Vous m'entendez?
Bonjour. Can you speak English?
Oui. Will you receive me?
Okay, yeah. Good afternoon. I think it's better for you if it's possible for you to speak in English, because most people don't understand French.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Me,
Right.
I understand very well English.
Oh, good.
So I want to present my presentation in French.
Nice.
Is it okay?
All right, sir. You have 10 minutes, sir. Please start.
Okay.
You want to present in French?
Yes, in French.
Oh. Okay, okay.
The presentation is in English, but I think it will speak French, and we can follow through. We can follow the PowerPoint.
Okay, okay. You can start, sir. You have 10 minutes.
Okay. I am Wetibi Rie Maxime. Je suis docteur en archéoanthropologie à l'université Félix Houphouët-Boigny. J'ai fait cette présentation avec Dr Kwadjo Anita et professeur Kienon Kabore Tempoko Hélène. Alors, nous sommes tous des archéoanthropologues et le thème sur lequel notre présentation va porter est intitulé « Tradition textile en Côte d'Ivoire et modernité ». Le cas des baoulés et des didas. Alors, le plan se décline comme suit: contexte et problématique, objectifs, méthodologie, résultats et conclusions. Alors, au niveau de contexte et problématique, notre zone d'étude, ou bien nos zones d'étude se situent dans deux zones. Les zones des baoulés, donc dans le département de Tiébissou, où on trouve les baoulés, et les localités d'enquête sont Bomizambo, Kondé, Yaokro et Assabonou. La deuxième zone se situe dans le département d'Ivo, dans la région de l'Odibois, et les localités d'enquête sont Divo, Nyama et Zikidies. Les populations dans ces deux localités sont des agriculteurs, des tisserands et des cueilleurs dans le fond. Là, il faut dire que les textiles traditionnels sont ancrés dans les traditions des populations en Côte d'Ivoire. Et les premiers documents datent, c'est l'existence de ces textiles ou des techniques textiles depuis le 11e jusqu'au 19e siècle. Mais avec ces textiles-là constituent des richesses pour ces populations depuis lors. Mais avec le développement et ce qu'on appelle la modernisation, ces textiles, on observe de plus en plus des transformations dans ces textiles traditionnels en Côte d'Ivoire. Alors, la question que nous nous posons, dans un monde de demain, comment va se présenter ces textiles-là en Côte d'Ivoire? L'objectif de notre communication, c'est d'analyser le futur de ces textiles-là dans une Côte d'Ivoire de demain. Et plus spécifiquement, nous allons présenter les différentes matières premières et les techniques qui permettent d'obtenir ces textiles en Côte d'Ivoire, sinon chez les baoulés et Dida, et puis donner les différentes typologies des textiles, et puis ensuite donner les modifications qu'on peut observer jusqu'à présent dans ces textiles. Voilà. Alors, la méthodologie, c'est d'abord la recherche documentaire. Ensuite, nous avons fait les observations directes sur le terrain et semi-directes, les interrogations semi-directes. Et puis après, on a fait les analyses, n'est-ce pas? Alors, cette méthodologie nous a permis de déterminer les matières premières. Et donc, on a au pays baoulé les textiles à base de coton. Donc, la matière première, c'est les fibres coton. Et en pays d'Ida, les textiles, la matière première des textiles, c'est les fibres raffia. Et donc, vous voyez ici les plantes raffia et puis les plantes du coton en pays baoulé. N'est-ce pas? Alors, quelles sont les techniques utilisées pour pouvoir concevoir les tissus en pays baoulé et dida? Alors, en pays baoulé, on utilise les métiers à tisser traditionnels que les premières images numérotées A présentent. Et en pays dida, la confection est particulière. Elle se fait à base de la main. Et donc, on utilise aussi un dispositif particulier qui est encore plus archaïque ou bien plus traditionnel que celle du métier à tisser utilisé en pays baoulé. N'est-ce pas? Alors, après toutes ces techniques utilisées, on obtient différents types de textiles chez les baoulés et en même temps aussi chez les dida. Alors, chez les baoulés, on a, entre autres, il y a plusieurs types, mais ici, nous présentons 3 types de textiles, à savoir le pagne nakanfian, le pagne goliko et puis le pagne kankan. Et puis, en pays dida, on a plusieurs catégories de tissus qui présentent des textiles de motifs différents, mais on les appelle dans l'ensemble des textiles raffia. Et donc, voici un peu présenté les différents types de pagnes qu'on peut obtenir à partir de ces techniques qu'on a décrites plus haut. N'est-ce pas? Il faut dire qu'il y a des changements dans la pratique ancienne ou dans la confection ancienne des textiles en Côte d'Ivoire et chez les baoulés et chez les dida. Alors, on constate que chez les baoulés, chez les dida utilisent le métier à tisser, donc quand on présente ici, mais ce métier à tisser là, où les techniques sont en train d'être transformées progressivement les tissus sont en train pour être adaptés à ces métiers à tisser. Et comme aussi, de plus en plus utilisées, ces techniques-ci sont de plus en plus utilisées chez les dida pour confectionner les tissus, ce qui constitue un peu une transformation dans cette pratique chez les dida. Chez les baoulés, les fibres de coton sont progressivement en train d'être transformées en des fibres. Revenez. Des fibres sont en train d'être transformées en des fibres industrielles. Et donc, les textiles, les fibres coton faits à la base des mains ne sont plus utilisées, mais ce sont les fibres industrielles. Au niveau de la teinture, les dida gardent toujours les teintures traditionnelles, les colorants traditionnels, mais en pays baoulé, les colorants traditionnels sont transformés et ce sont des teintures industrielles qui sont utilisées pour faire la teinture en pays dida, n'est-ce pas? En pays baoulé plutôt. Alors, au niveau de la technologie, les changements qu'on peut observer aussi, c'est qu'au niveau industriel, on a de plus en plus de tissus, sinon des tissus imprimés, des tissus industriels imprimés au motif des pagnes traditionnelles chez des baoulés et des dida. Et donc, vous voyez ici à ma gauche, carrément, ce sont des tissus industriels imprimés au motif des pagnes dida. Et puis, un peu progressivement à droite, on a des pagnes industrielles imprimées au motif des baoulés, des pagnes traditionnelles au baoulé. On observe également plusieurs accessoires. On a des sacs que les artisans ou les tisserands confectionnent de plus en plus. On a aussi des coussins qui sont faits à base des tissus traditionnels des baoulés et des dida. Au plan de la mode et de la mode industrielle, qu'on appelle mode du style moderne, on a
Monsieur,
aussi des
vous avez une minute.
Oui, ok.
Vous avez une minute.
Je vais aller plus rapidement. Et donc, les pagnes traditionnelles sont également utilisées par les stylistes et modélistes lors des défilés et pour en faire de nouveaux modèles de tissus. On a ici également des textiles qui sont transformés en différents accessoires vestimentaires, n'est-ce pas? Diapositive prochain. Diapo prochain. Voilà. Alors, on se pose la question de savoir ces transformations quels sont les impacts de ces transformations-là dans nos sociétés et au niveau, sur le plan professionnel? Alors, sur le plan socio-économique, ces textiles, constituent, en pays d'Ida, ces textiles constituent une source importante de revenus pour les populations et surtout pour les artisans. Au plan fonctionnel, les pailles traditionnelles restent des tissus nobles et sont principalement utilisés à des fins vestimentaires. Au plan symbolique, ces textiles font la vulnéralisation de ces textiles-là et le foisonnement des objets atténue un peu la valeur symbolique culturelle de ces textiles. Au plan professionnel, ça freine un peu l'élan où les savoir-faire, ça porte un peu un frein à la vulgarisation et à la pérennisation des savoir-faire. Au plan culturel et patrimonial, en tout cas, c'est les divers objets qu'on observe permettent de faire un lien entre la tradition et la modernité. Alors, on se pose aussi la question de savoir quelle est la contribution de ces textiles au développement.
Monsieur, il est l'aile.
D'accord, laissez-moi juste finir. Si c'est possible. Ça peut aller? D'accord, donc j'étais en train de dire rapidement au plan, la contribution de ces textiles au développement. Alors, ces textiles-là sont aujourd'hui indispensables dans toutes les occasions festives ou les cérémonies culturelles en Côte d'Ivoire, partout en Côte d'Ivoire. Aujourd'hui, ces textiles-là sont utilisés pour les cérémonies de mariage, pour en tout cas, toutes sortes de cérémonies festives, pour les sorties de bébés, pour des... Aussi, on a ces textiles-là véhiculent essentiels, sont des patrimoines essentiels des populations. Leur valorisation constitue une attraction au plan touristique et permet de développer le tourisme en Côte d'Ivoire. C'est aussi un secteur qui donne de l'emploi et donc il favorise le développement local des populations. Donc, le conseil qu'on peut donner...
Merci beaucoup, monsieur. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation, sir. Sir, is it possible that you just give like a 2-minute summary of your work, as most people on the Zoom call do not really understand French? If it's possible to just give like a brief summary, just 2 minutes. Thank you.
2 minutes? D'accord. Alors, ce que nous voulons véhiculer à travers notre présentation.
In English, please. In English, so that you can pass your message across. Yes. I understand that you are talking about the traditional means of textile production in Côte d'Ivoire, but it is not as your presentation is in French. It will be better if you just give like a 2-minute presentation of the summary of your work in English, so that other people on the Zoom can understand what you just presented. Just 2 minutes. A summary, please. Thank you. In English. Thank you.
In English.
Maybe if it's not
ça sera vraiment compliqué.
We can move ahead. Yeah.
If you are not comfortable with speaking English, it's fine.
I am not speak very well and understand very well. Donc,
okay. D'accord. Pas de problème. Okay. I think we should move to the next presenter. If you have any questions for Monsieur, I feel it's better you can just type it and he can read and translate to English when he's comfortable. If you have questions for Monsieur, please post it in the comment section. Thank you. We'll move to the next presenter. Ibeto Fabian Onyebuchi, Akure Fabric Production and Marketing, a veritable way for women empowerment in Nigeria.
Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, sir. It would be nice if you can see your face too, sir.
Okay. I'm here, so okay, to start my video, right?
Yes, sir. Please start your video, sir.
Hello, can you see me now?
Okay. Okay, sir. Good afternoon,
Okay.
sir. Yes, sir.
Good
You
afternoon.
have 10 minutes, sir. Please start
Okay.
your presentation.
Okay, so I can share, I'm trying to share my screen. Hold on, please. Try to share my screen. Can you see my screen? Hello?
Not yet, sir. Not yet, sir.
Oh. How do I? Sorry, I'm trying to. Okay, can you see it now? Hello, can you see my screen now?
No, sir. Not yet, sir.
Oh. So how do I do it then?
I think what you should do, you go to your, open your whatever, your PowerPoint. You open it first.
Yes, I've opened it. I opened it on my phone.
On your phone.
Yeah.
Okay. Open it on your phone, and then you click on the share screen at the bottom of your interface, Zoom interface. Okay, here. Then look for the document you open. The PowerPoint. Yes, it's almost there now.
Did you see it now?
You look for the PowerPoint you opened. Look for it here and click on it.
That's what I have done.
Dr. Beto, if you can send it to the email, I can pick it up from there.
I've already sent it earlier. I sent it earlier.
Let me check. Okay, let me check. I only received your abstract. I didn't.
No, I sent it today. Can you check today?
Yeah, this is your something now. This is your presentation. You can click on.
Have you seen it?
Yes, yeah, click on it now. Akure fabric and.
Yeah, have you seen it now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So but I'm not seeing it myself.
I can't see it again, sir.
Maybe you can make oral presentations, sir.
Okay, it's here now. It's here now.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry for the
Sorry, sir.
mix-up.
I would just like to let you know that you have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Yeah, there's no problem.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. So good afternoon, everybody. So I'm here to present my work on Akure production and marketing, a veritable way for women empowerment in Nigeria. Rightly stated, I'm Dr. Ibeto Fabian Onyebuchi. So let me quickly go straight to the introduction. So Akure is described as a decorative cloth with a complex weave design, creating intricate geometric patterns made with vibrant colors. So historically, this is the flagship of Igbo fabric production. Akure is a town located in Okwa West local government of Abia State. They are people by what we call Ndoki people. And these Ndoki people, they are equally found in a part of River State and Akwa Ibom. So, like I said earlier, that this is a flagship of Igbo fabric. And the history of Akwete weaving is traced back to a certain woman named Dada Wakanta in the late 19th century, when oil palm trading was at its peak. And part of his clientele then included the Jaws and other riverine neighbors of the Igbos. That about textile industry is booming today is traceable to the Akwete fabric production. So then looking at the female unemployment in Nigeria, female unemployment is very high in this country. And we know the repercussion of having so many female unemployed. So it gives rise to so many vices, which include, but not limited to, prostitution and others. So from the Nigerian Statistics, Bureau of Statistics, it said that female increased to 35.2% from 31.6%. That is the rate of female unemployment in Nigeria. And this study employed a qualitative research method to look into the women unemployment, how women unemployment could be reduced through Akwete production and marketing. Akwete weavers historically use raffia, silk, and cotton in their fabric production, which was normally done on vertical loom. If you look down here, you see a woman weaving Akwete fabric on a vertical loom. I can see a product of Akwete production. But now, most of the fiber or yarn are now imported cotton yarn. The demand for Akwete fabric has continued to increase despite competitions from other imported fabric, just like any other fabric, be it adire and other local fabric. There are stiff competition from products from China and other parts of the world. But the Akwete is still trying to find his standing. Most of the design on Akwete are derived from the local folks, some notable things in the Igbo land used in the folklores, like what we call a kaki, that is tortoise. So some of these, or nnono, that is bird. So some of these motifs are used to depict certain things, or even some monumental issues or festivals, like the Festac 1977 that was held in Lagos. So these are some of the motifs that were employed in producing Akwete fabric. Sorry. So these are some of the areas, some of the opportunities that the women can engage in production and marketing of Akwete. So you're looking at the sourcing of silk and cotton yarns. So these are opportunities that women can explore. The adaptation of design motifs, weaving of the Akwete itself, garment making with Akwete fabrics, organizing trade shows, and training facilitations. So the study found that these are the areas that women can be engaged. And once this is done and is fully utilized, women will be engaged and the level of unemployment of women will be drastically reduced. The recommendations. The study recommends that a deliberate effort should be made to get more women involved in the production and marketing of Akwete fabrics. And this can be done in training women in all this Akwete production. The Akwete production and marketing should be taught at women development centers across Nigerian states. We have women development centers where women are taught different trades. So the study is recommending that Akwete should be included so that women can learn more of it, while the designs can be enhanced. You can see a beautiful female design that is shown here. Then social and political influencers should regularly use Akure fabric to encourage others. When you look at the picture below, you will see the governor of Anambra State wearing Akure fabric on the day of his swearing in. So this will, no doubt, enhance other individuals to embrace the Akure fabric. Finally, if more women embrace Akure production and marketing, more of them will be empowered and the fortune of the fabric will be positively enhanced. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for your presentation, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. You've been able to enlighten us on the origin of the textile, as well as the methods and the tools used in the creation and production of these textiles. And you've actually also taught us or enlightened us on ways by which women can come in more into the industry and empower themselves. We'll move on to the next presenter now.
Sorry, please, do I need to take any question? Because I'm going into another presentation somewhere, please.
All right, sir. Questions will come up at the end of the when everybody has presented. It will be in like 20 minutes. Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
So the next presenter is the topic is in French, but the next presenter is Francine Ulrich.
Yes.
Please, can you read the title of your presentation? Because I'm not really good in French, so that I will not destroy it. Dr. Francine Ulrich, please.
Is she online?
Please, is Dr. Francine online? All right, maybe we'll have to come back to our presentation. So we'll move on to Dr. Bukola Sowemimo. She will be presenting role of fabric branding on sales of tie-dye fabric. Role of fabric branding on sales of tie-dye fabrics, Adire. Dr. Sowemimo. Good afternoon, Dr. Sowemimo. Please, is Dr. Sowemimo online?
Okay,
Dr. Sowemimo, please.
I'm not sure she's online.
Okay. And Dr. Francine too is not online. All right, so I think it's better we move. I think it's better we move to the question and answer segment, since we have two presenters that are not currently online. So please, if you have questions for Dr. Fabian, kindly raise up your hand or indicate in the comment section that you have questions for Dr. Fabian. And if you have questions for Monsieur Goethe, please indicate if you have questions for Monsieur Goethe. We'll wait for questions for like 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, really awesome presentation from everyone. Dr. Fabian, I have a question. Well, it's really more of a statement, not a question. Perhaps you could fill in the gap. So you mentioned the Akwete and the woman who has been deemed as the pioneer of the textile. Is this a pre-colonial textile, or is it like a post-colonial textile?
I don't think it's online.
Yeah, it's gone.
Okay, let me chip in there because I know a bit about the textile that he presented. It's mostly of pre-colonial. Actually, even Ayiafigo documented that like towards the beginning of colonial period, the production of this textile began to diminish. You can pick up Ayiafigo's book, Igbo Traditional Weaving in Igbo Land, something like that, or Traditional Weaving in Igbo Land by Ayiafigo. When you read through, you see different textiles that are being produced in Igbo land in pre-colonial period and some of the effects on of colonial incursion into Nigeria and how this subsequently affected textile production in Igbo land, because there are some parts of the eastern part of Nigeria that don't produce textiles at all. The Kalabari, for instance, they don't produce textiles, but there are particular areas, like a few areas in Igbo land that are specialists in the production of this Akwete and Akocha that was earlier discussed in previous panels. I feel that has given you a bit of the answer to your question. Anyhow.
No, it does. Really good. Thank you.
Yes. Can we move on to other people too? If you have other questions, please post it in the comment section or just raise up your hand to ask.
Yes, I think I have a question for Dr. Ibeto, but it's not online currently. I don't know if other scholars, seniors, colleagues that are online will help in this regard. He talked about using Akwete for women empowerment. I want to know the level, or is it level now, of demand for Akwete, because it's a regional, right? Call it a regional cloth now, as adire and aso-oke is to Yoruba. Those people that normally patronize Yoruba clothing, except the tourists who come from outside the country because of the love and because of the designs and stuff like that, are people that have something that identify them with their culture, like the Igbo. So I don't know the level at which the Igbos actually patronize Akwete clothing, knowing fully well that it's now very expensive, as stated by one of the presenters. So considering the number of women that we have, how that will use, how that could serve as empowerment tools for the women. I don't know. I wish is here to help us. And two, in one of his pictures that he showed of a lady putting on Akwete clothing, that clothing looked like a machine-made clothing that carries Akwete motifs. I care to know his opinion about having Akwete motifs on machine-made clothing. Thank you. Anybody?
Can I
Thank
say
you very
something?
much, sir.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. You can go ahead, ma'am.
I am Dr. Chika Chudiduru, and I did my PhD thesis on Akwete woven fabrics. I presented earlier. I want to help to answer the question he asked. The patronage for Akwete is a bit low due to a lot of factors. Number one, the yarns utilized for those fabrics are quite expensive. And not many of the weavers could afford. They were getting some help, getting some loan earlier. But now, from what I found out during my field study, they are not getting such help from where they used to get the help. Then number two, they complained that most of their customers were those expatriates that come to Port Harcourt, because you know they are at the boundary of Rivers State and Abia State. So most of them that patronize them, they don't longer come because of all these issues that we are having in the country. Then number three, most of them, remember that this weaving is being transferred from mother to daughter, yes, or from female to female. So some of them are running away to go and get the white-collared job. You know, being something that, this is the opposite of what we used to, see earlier on, when the mother passes down this weaving tradition to the daughter, and there's continuity. But now that continuity has, broken. It has been stopped somehow. Instead of them to be into full-time weaving, they normally go to, do other jobs and come back and continue their weaving. So the proceeds they are getting before, they are not getting it now. So the patronage is what? Low. Even when you visit the Akure Weaving Center, you find out that a center that used to house up to 40 weavers, you can only find only 2 people weaving there. So maybe if this is research, could help the female folk, if there could be a rethink of people going back, to continue what they were doing before, I think it will go a long way to help. But pertaining the patronage is a bit low. Those that even patronize these fabrics are mostly the Ijos. And when the state was divided, some part of Akure, the indigenes found themselves in that Ijo area. So they are still practicing that Akure over there, though in River State. Hello.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chika, for your for giving us more insight into the Akure business and the textile production industry in Igbo land. If there is any more contributions and questions,
I could still say something again, pertaining the second one. Yeah,
the second leg, yes.
Yes, I did. My PhD thesis is on, exploration of Akure design motifs on printed fabrics. So I have produced some printed fabrics using Akure motif symbols.
Okay.
Though not taken to the industry. They are just prototypes that should be taken to the industry. But manually, I have produced a lot of fabrics using Akure motif symbols because of the problems I saw. So instead of it, not to be in fashion scene, I decided to use those motifs to produce, to explore them on printed fabrics to aid the sustainability of the woven fabrics. Let there be variety. Because I had to compare it with the kente fabrics. Since they have the printed kente and they have the woven kente, it wouldn't hurt to have Akure printed fabrics and Akure woven fabrics. So that when you see the printed one, it will remind you that there's something that is woven that looks somehow like this. So in the absence of the woven, you can still use the printed.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chika. Thank you very much. We really, really appreciate it. It's very, very insightful. Please, if you have more questions, Dr. Adetunji, I'm seeing you raising up your hand. Do you have questions?
Thank you. I want to direct my question to Dr. Chika. I know that lot of states and communities in the southeastern part of Nigeria experience a lot of flooding, intense rainfall, and all the rest. I want to ask, is there a way that practitioners involved in the production of Akure How have they responded to such event? Possibly, has there been any community that was affected by flooding or ocean surges that's affected the production of aqua? How did they respond to it?
Let me come in here. During the course of my study, I was always in Akwete. And to tell you the truth, the roads leading to Akwete, they are nightmare. They don't have motorable roads. And this is another thing that is affecting, the weaving tradition of the Igbo. When you finish, think of how you are going to get there, you'll be so discouraged. And they have called on the government to help. It's like there's no help coming in. And when I interviewed some of them, I asked them if the government is not doing anything, what of NGOs? Those women need help because what they are producing with their hands, honestly, when you see them, you will marvel. But because of the accessibility to the place they are producing those woven fabrics, some of them are so discouraged. Nobody is doing anything to help out. There's so much flood, yes. The roads are not accessible. I could remember the day I went there, to have a group discussion with them. Honestly, what I saw on the road, if not that it's my research, I have to go there, I nearly changed my mind. So I don't know how that problem is going to be tackled. I don't know how it's going to be tackled. Because without the accessibility of those, those roads being accessible, I don't know how their fabrics are going to leave Akwete. Because they gathered their traditions so much that imagine a group of people naming their product, the name of their place. That will show you how they want it, they like it, they love it, So, and you can't find it in the market. You can't go to the market just like you can see aso-oke, and you can't see Akwete woven fabrics, hand woven fabrics in the market. They are the ones that will say where those fabrics will go to and how they will reach there. And without their roads being accessible, tell me how. That was what I was arguing with them. You people are saying Akwete is dying, Akwete is doing this one, but it can't leave your shores. Why? Why? And your shores, how do people come in there with all this type of roads? When you're going there, before you reach there in the morning, it's almost getting out afternoon or towards evening. So how do you go there? How do you reach there? So that's one of the problems that they are facing, bad roads.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chika. This last part of your contribution is really bringing deep thoughts, and we're all thinking about how the government can be better, how they can do better. This is another issue that we have to try and add to the list of problems that we have in this country. Anyhow, thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you very much. If there are still more questions that anybody has, please, if it's for Monsieur Goethe, please type it in the comment section so that he can read it and give an answer to your question. If there are other contributions too, please raise up your hand so that we can pick up. Okay.
Let me chip in something. I'm sorry. It's a follow-up to the question I asked the other times about the opinion. Our opinion, I mean to Dr. Chika, our opinion about having the aquatic designs on a machine printed fabrics, because the view of the practitioners, those people that weave aquatic, I guess, is that having aquatic motifs on machine printed fabrics is taking away their patronage.
Yes.
Taking away their patronage. And the fact is that it's 21st century, things are fast changing. In fact, People want things fast. This is a fast. We are talking about fast fashion set now. That's what we call fast fashion. The fact is that we can't run away from, I don't think that is, the other time we were talking about banning. Banning what? About textile is a huge market. If anybody, I know you must have been to Aba. When I was doing my PhD, I was in Aba. A shop alone, it worth hundreds of millions, just an individual. It's a huge market that I don't know how government can ban it. And if government is to ban it too, what are we doing when it comes to textile production in Nigeria? Absolutely nothing. We don't have textile industry. So we will stop importation of textile materials into the country. What do we wear? Who will produce it? So these are numerous challenges. So that's why I'm asking that. What is your own opinion, man? Sincere opinion about having that accurate design on printed fabrics, and we still keep.
Please, can I come in here? Let me come in here. When I was conducting the research, when I had that discussion with them, I told them that just this question you asked them, how would they feel if these symbolic motifs are printed in the textile industries, are produced as prints? Most of them refused. They said no. I was not telling myself, if only these women knew that that's why I came here and I'm going to do it, whether they refuse or they agree. They refused, but I produced the prints. They refused, but I went ahead and I produced the prints. So, because if you start looking at them, that weaving tradition will die. Okay, when I went to Abia State University to share my questionnaires, those of them from Abia State, all the higher institution I went to, can you imagine that the percentage that knew what Akure woven fabrics are, is not up to 10%. Yet they weave the fabrics in their state. When I brought out the sample, they were asking me, what is this? And I was like, huh, your own fabric they are weaving in your state, you don't even know it. That was when I said, you see these printed fabrics, they must be produced. And they were produced. So we now have Akure printed fabrics. They have been produced. It's just to go to the industry and roll them out. That is just it.
Thank you very much again. Thank you very much, ma. Thank you so much, ma. I mean, without you, I don't think we'd have gotten this much information about Akure today.
Yes.
Anyhow, thank you very much. It was really insightful. Please, if you have any more comments. Okay, Monsieur Goeti has replied to a question on the group chat or the chat box. Okay, I'm trying to get to the question asked so that I can read it out. Okay, the question is, what are the government responses to impact of changes in rainfall on indigenous textiles in Côte d'Ivoire? Okay, and he replied, it must be said that the traditional textile sector does not cause much sensation at the level of the current government. They are included in the craft sector in general. At this level, the action of the Ivorian state can be seen at the level of the creation of research structures and the enhancement of artisanal know-how. Hope that has answered your question. And if it hasn't, please, you can add more questions to the chat box. All right. Thank you very much. I would hand over now back to Dr. Adetunji Olufemi.
Thank you very much, Dr. Oluwatoyosi, for that interesting session, and we appreciate all the session chairman and chairwomen. Thank you very much for your support. On the last note, I think if we are talking about erasure of legacies, erasure of our indigenous know-how, I could now understand that some of our cultural practices could also result into erasure of all these skills. Because we just had a discussion, I think last in dialogue 1, we had a discussion about the production of tie and dye and all that, where we understood that many of the families that are into this indigenous textile production in Southwest, they will not teach anyone that is outside of their family. That means to transfer it from one generation to the other could be difficult. And that's why we see, like myself now, that when we invited a practitioner in indigenous, when she started mentioning some of these indigenous textiles, I could now see that even me that I grew up in the Southwest, but in like 4 states in the Southwest, I didn't know much of these names. I had to call my mom to start asking her. She said, yeah, she knows them, that there was a time that even our own family was involved in the production of this, and even it wasn't passed on to the next generation. And we could see the experience of Akure now, that even people within the same community where this textile is being produced, they don't understand how those textiles are produced. That's the challenge that we face with some of our indigenous practices. We need to find a way to make more people involved, And on that note, I would like to invite Dr. Ayeni. She's in a meeting, and I believe that Dr. Adiji will stand in our place to give the final remark that will bring day 1 of Dialogue 2 into a closure. And we will look forward to meeting us again tomorrow. Tomorrow will be an exciting period where we'll talk about the future of indigenous textiles in practice and in research. And we have a lot of resource persons coming in tomorrow all around from the UK, from 3 other countries joining us tomorrow. Please, over to you, Dr. Adijima.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adetunji. We're really grateful. It's been an impactful day for every one of us. It's really very interesting. Those of us that do not speak French or understand French, we just put our mind into it and we're reading the slide. All the presenters did very, very well, very well, very well. I want to thank Dr. Mrs. Chika for her contribution. It was indeed very, very impactful. Very, very.
Thank you, ma. Thank you, ma.
I also appreciate, Mrs. Kamalafe that presented that of Ibadan. You remember, Dr. Adetunji, we still talked about those things when we were at Ibadan. Our people are not ready, to hand it over to the next generation. And they are dying, just going by it. But, myself and Mrs. Kamalafe were just discussing, if only governments, if they want to take over these things, they should compensate the people. It's going to go a long way in helping, especially that of Akwete. If they have a very bad road and you are coming to take something from them, they will not want to. And probably their children are not even in school. So government should be able to do something, either build a school for them or just compensate them. It's going to be a very important thing in their lives. I want to appreciate everybody for this special time, for the impactful knowledge that the presenters have given unto us. We are looking forward to seeing everybody. Don't say because you have presented, you will not attend tomorrow. You still come and learn. Let's learn together. We are all learning, and we are learning on a daily basis. So we appreciate you immensely. So the meeting for tomorrow starts by 10 a.m. No, by 9 a.m. So please let's endeavor to join. It's going to be very helpful. We are really grateful. We love you. We love everybody. I love you all. Thank you very much.
Thank
you. Have a wonderful time. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.